So, it is the summer of 1922, and you are visiting Thomas Kim. Oh, has everybody read the background, by the way, before I go any further?
Yes.
Yes, excellent. Okay. So, it's the summer of 1922, and you are visiting Thomas Kimble, an old friend from the Great War, after becoming concerned for his well-being. I'll have to paraphrase this because this is for a different setup. In fact, just bear with me actually, because I wrote a different setup for people, didn't I? Oh, I could just skip that bit. I'll just skip that bit. So several months ago, Thomas moved to the small coastal town of Ravenscar on the North Yorkshire coast, taking up residence in a house once owned by his uncle, Douglas Kimble. Everyone was sure that the change would prove beneficial to both his mental and physical health, but of late, Thomas's demeanour has been cause for concern. So, now I'll switch.
In Yorkshire.
In Yorkshire, aye.
In
Aye,
Yorkshire, lad.
I've got an excuse now. I don't have to try and talk proper.
Proper Yorkshire. I can't actually do the Yorkshire accent. If I do more than 2-3 words, it'll slip into Geordie or something, man. I promise it will.
So let's see. Let me get all these right. Okay, so you alight upon the small single platform at Ravenscar train station. Steam billows from the engine briefly obscuring the platform, and the smell of acrid fumes spewing from the smokestack fills your nostrils, and the ear-piercing shrill of the whistle marks the train's departure.
Superb.
So you are the only 3 passengers to disembark at Ravenscar. A small building housing the waiting room and ticket office sits in the middle of the platform and is flanked by benches and 2 flower boxes in the full bloom of summer. So the station master as he waves the train off, he rolls his little flag up and heads back towards the ticket office, leaving you stood alone on the platform. And I suppose you can. We're not introducing to any audience, but I suppose you can introduce your characters at this point.
Okay, so, we'll do ladies first because there's 2 ladies and 1 me. I'll go first. Albert Redfield from Yorkshire, lad. He is. I forgot my profession already. That's terrible.
Wrong. No, sorry.
I'm a journalist. That's right. What we're going to say that I was in the war. A journalist.
So you were in the war. Sorry, I thought it were a new thing. So in the war. Oh, where is it? Oh, sorry. 1 second. Keep stopping the wrong one. So you were just infantry.
Infantry. Okay.
Yeah, just a normal squaddy.
Okay, and he makes a living now as a journalist. Let's say he writes about nice things, fluff stories, because of all the trauma of war. He doesn't like writing about bad things. So he's never really made any money as a journalist because that doesn't make headlines. Albert.
Okay, I'll do mine. Okay, so I'm Erin Lang, and when I went off to war, I I learned how to fly planes, so now I'm an aviator. And my husband is not impressed with my accomplishments, where he was not allowed to get into the war because of his health issues. Let's see. I've got a 3-4-year-old child. That is my world. And I'm here visiting. So.
My character is Cassandra, who was a nurse during the war and is still a nurse. Joined to serve at the front lines out of rebellion somewhat, and saw a lot of trauma, saw a lot of horrors of the war. But I'm a pretty average, a little above average looking wee woman from Scotland.
Amazing. Phil, you've got Erin's name is Aaron. Erin's a dude, or got a dude's name on your
Oh, where's that? Sorry.
on the VTT down here on the token.
Oh.
I didn't even pay attention to that.
Hey, Aaron.
Aaron.
Yeah. Yeah, it was I changed some of the characters as well, but let me resolve that in 1 second. I apologise.
He's ran this scenario several times for several people, so someone else was an Aaron Long instead of an Aaron Long once.
There we go. So, of course, you you should know this from your backgrounds. And you all know each other. You're all really good friends, been really close since the war, which brought you all together. One of you, I suppose, one of you in particular was you will have all been in touch with Thomas. Because he was like, he was also a close friend that you're all a group together. So probably one amongst you is the one that's kind of galvanized the group and brought everybody together to come and visit Thomas and try and find out what the problem is, what the sudden downturn in his mood is. Oops, that's.
Well, it's fair nice of Cassie to come all the way down from Scotland to try and help our friend that's not doing so well.
She actually,
It's good to get us all together again.
She's from Scotland, but she's actually living in where does she live? Pickering, yes.
Oh,
which
so
is
she
not
lives
far.
here. Okay, never mind.
Yes, she is the closest.
Okay.
Closest to where Thomas lives.
Where does Thomas live? What's the name of the place?
Ravenscar.
Okay. Is that a real place or a made up place?
It is a real place. It's an interesting. Yeah. So if you look it up, it's an interesting place. The town that never was. That's what it's famous for.
Looking that up after the game, then.
Yeah. So it was a really small, or still is a really small sort of seaside village. And there was a big manor house that owned the land, and as sort of seaside tourism started to pick up and scatter, seaside town Scarborough to the south and Whitby to the north, which is famous, of course, for Dracula.
I know Whitby. I've been there.
And so they wanted to make this this brand new seaside resort, and so they're like, if you go to the place, you can see all the plans. So they like had all these building plots. They're trying to sell all the plots for the land. Spent loads of money, and it just didn't happen. They had the railway station. The railway station's still there. The whole platform's still there, but the line's gone. The old tunnels are there. You can walk through the old tunnels, but yeah, it never. So it's kind of a ghost town. These people live there, but yeah, it's never happened. Okay. But that is one of the actual posters advertising it.
We'll maybe go and see it when I come down to visit you, Phil. It'll not be far away from you, eh?
Oh no, it's not too far. Maybe about an hour and a half. But yeah, there's websites. Go and look it up. It's not weird in a weird way, but it's just one of them odd things.
It's weird.
Yeah, where were we? Yeah, so like I said, one of you has been the instigator to like bring you all back together to try and find out what's wrong with Thomas.
Who were going to say that was then? The nurse.
They'll let you decide amongst yourselves.
My first guess would be the nurse, because I figure she's a carer and cares for everybody and cares about the group and our mental health and keeping us together and stuff. That would be my first guess.
Yeah, me too. You brought us together, Cassandra.
Yeah, my first guess would be me too. So.
It's funny.
Okay.
The person that's Scottish in real life is not playing the Scottish character, and the person that's a nurse in real life is not playing the nurse.
So, what are you doing? Yeah, like I say, you're stood alone on this platform, on this single platform station.
So we're going to see Thomas at his mansion that used to belong to his uncle, because...
Yeah, it's not... Well, you've never seen the house, but yeah, it's... But yeah, it's not a mansion. It's not a mansion.
So we've heard that he's not in a good way mentally, that's why we're all together to come to see him,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you'll have had some contact with him, but yeah, and because of that, you've noted his mood, his mental health. Notice signs that his mental health has been deteriorating.
So how are we getting from the station to the house today? You bringing plane air in? Would it be a taxi? Is it horse and carriage taxis back? No, it's not. It'll be cars for taxis in 1922.
What are we? We're in the 20s.
Yeah, it's 1922.
We're walking.
Yeah,
it's only
small town. We could walk.
Yeah, it's clearly, even from the station you can see it's only clearly a small town.
Okay, so we're walking. We were all soldiers 3 years ago. We're all physically fit.
Yeah.
We're the ones that survived. We must be.
Yeah.
Quite a few didn't make it.
Okay, so let us say that you leave the station behind and head off into the town. Although it's barely, it quickly becomes apparent it's barely big enough to be classified as town, and
that's not it in the picture, is it?
It is. Well, it's not the real place. No,
right, okay.
The real place was too boring to put in a picture.
What's that?
Yeah, like I said, there's barely anything there. There's like the road. There's this kind of skeleton of the roads that were laid out for the houses everything that never happened. I think there's a few houses. So that picture of the train station is the actual train station. I'll put that back up a minute.
So when did the town not happen? When were they doing that? Was that post 1922?
It was about this time.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah. So that you can see. So this platform's still there. The station house there, that's gone. This house is still there. That's like a cafe, a hotel kind of thing. But there's a road that runs off to the right, and that's practically all there is.
I want to go now. I'm going.
But there's still the old manor, manor house. I think that's been converted into a hill, and there's like a cliff top walk. But yeah.
So that's only about an hour away from Phil and about 3 hours away from me. Scotland and England are small places, for you guys anyway.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
But,
if I drive for 3 hours, I'm still in Texas.
So yeah, I think this is probably somewhere in this actual picture I've done for the village. I think this is somewhere in the Cotswolds or something like that. So completely different part of the country.
It's very pretty.
But anyway, it is very pretty. Yeah, Cotswolds is very pretty. Very typical.
Country Britain.
Typically what Old English is pretty. Sort of cliched English countryside village.
Oh, there's nothing better, man. Old English countryside. It's fantastic.
It is.
That's coming from a Scotsman. I love your country's countryside almost as much as ours. It is stunning.
Yeah, there are some really nice places. So yeah, like I said, it's barely big enough to be classified a town, and it's somewhat isolated. So Ravenscar lies on the north Yorkshire coast of England, and it sits above dramatic cliffs that plunge to the rocks and the sea below, while the landward side is bordered by hills and dense ancient woodland, beyond which stretch the bleak expanse of the North Yorkshire moors. Though it's a sleepy rural community of shady lanes and apple orchards, it has big dreams. Ravenscar is surrounded by building plots for scores of new homes, hotels, and even a golf course, but all sit empty and devoid of any sign of activity. The town itself has but a few amenities collected around the old green at its centre. A small town hall accommodating the office of the local parish council and a small local library, a police station housed in an old cottage with board roof and blue police lamp above the door, as well as several shops including a greengrocer, an ironmonger, butcher and a small bakery. The town is served by a single pub, The Black Dog Inn.
That looks more like a Hound of Tyndalus than a Black Dog, mate. That's ominous, like.
Well, in fact, it's funny that you should mention that. I will allow you perhaps a history or a hard education.
I've not played too
roll.
much of this game, have I? Sorry.
So on a hill bordering the woodland to the west and overlooking the town sits the All Saints Church, below which you can be seen the local school. So Ravenscar as well has been served by the main coastal NER railway, so that's the North East Railway. It's a local bus route that offers a service to both Scarborough and Whitby twice a day. The main road running through the town is tarmacked, all others being cobbled or dirt, some with cobbled crossings. A few outlying farms lie within the boundaries of the parish, and once a grand manor stood on the cliffs, but almost a century ago sea erosion caused a collapse and the house fell into the sea. So as you passing through, while inquisitive, clearly inquisitive of strangers, the townsfolk appear to be generally friendly and welcoming to visitors to their town.
Okay. What role did you ask me for? History.
History or a hard education role.
Okay.
A bit loud, isn't it?
Hard education, actually, I've got a better chance at.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Okay, so yes, Black Dog is indeed this is like a quite a common source of myth and folklore in England, particularly in places like Yorkshire and further south towards Cornwall and Devon. So the black dog, sometimes seen as a harbinger of death. And there are many myths and folklore surrounding history of sightings of these phantom animals. I believe I should have a bit more.
Sounds nasty. Is that the sign on the pub, though? It's pretty cool.
Yes, that is the sign on the pub. I've stolen it from somewhere else. It's not a real sign on the pub, it's still. Okay, don't want that. Where's the pub gone? Okay, so yeah, regarding the folklore, so the Black Dog folklore is a supernatural, spectral, or demonic entity, unnaturally large with glowing red or yellow eyes, and it's often connected with the devil and is sometimes an omen of death. It's particularly stories and myths surrounding this creature, or sometimes referred to as Bargus. Depends on what part of the country. Are particularly prevalent in this part of the country, and like I say, in places like Devon and Cornwall as well. So you're currently stood in the centre of town, next to the village green. What would have been the village green?
Do we go in the pub and have a wee pint before we go see a friend, or it's been a while? It's been a while since we've met up. Nice to have a little drink first, wouldn't it?
Catch up, for sure.
Just a wee pint.
This is going to be the key phrase.
a wee half.
Okay, so going in the pub. Very well.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so. So it's quite it's a typical traditional old English pub. It looks, like I say, at least a couple of 100 years old, if not more. And it's quite small and cramped inside. There's a single bar with a few, maybe about half a dozen tables arranged in close proximity to it. There's a door in the entryway. There's another door that leads up to the upper floor, where couple of rooms are available to people who feel that way inclined. There's maybe about 2-3 people, all elderly, sort of 60s, 70s. I shouldn't say 60s old. I'm getting that way myself.
I am 2/3 of the way there as well, mate. Calm down.
2/3 way, nipper. Yeah, and there's a quite a matronly looking woman behind the bar, and she smiles as you enter. She's wiping down the bar. Says, good evening, or rather, good afternoon. Is there anything I can get you? Can I get you a drink? Are you looking for room or?
Oh, evening, love. It's just a couple of drinks for me and a couple of old friends. We're here to visit an old friend, so we thought we'd stop for just a little drink first.
And will that be an ale, or are you looking for something a little bit stronger?
Oh, I mean, I would have a wee pint of ale and maybe a wee Scotch whiskey on the side, but no more than that. I'm not. We're just stopping here for a wee drink before we go to see our friend. But, yeah. So always check out the local pub. Place looks nice. Bravo. The place is very pretty. What are you having, ladies? And I'll look to Cassandra and Erin, ask what they would like to drink.
Just a wee pint.
A wee pint.
Just a wee pint for me.
Okay, a pint and 2 halves, please, barkeep.
Okay, well, it's just take a seat. I'll bring them over in just a moment.
Thank you very much.
So she finishes cleaning up the bar and then draws your drinks from the taps.
Yeah, I will fill a pipe and start smoking.
And she walks over. Like I say, you can't be sat more than 10 feet from the bar. And probably sat at almost the furthest corner. So she comes over with a tray and she puts your drinks down and stands there and says, so, you're not locals, what brings you to Ravenscar?
Oh, we're here to see a friend of ours, actually, an old war chum of ours.
Aye.
We're all friends from the war, and a friend of ours lives here, and we've come to see him in his new place. It's a lovely town you've got here.
It is. It has been here all my life. It's a lovely place.
I wouldn't see why somebody would leave.
No. I certainly have no intention of doing. It's who's this friend of yours? I mean, we tend to know each other's business here in Ravenscar, and not a big population, but
Yeah, I'm sure you do in a wee place like this. It's our friend Thomas Kimble.
Ah, Mr. Kimble.
You know him, of course you know him, yeah?
Oh, everybody knows everybody pretty much here in Ravenscar. It's quite pleasant young man, a little on the quiet side perhaps. No, not like his uncle.
I don't know much of his uncle. I understand it's his uncle's house that he's moved into, yeah?
That it is, indeed it is, yes. He's so do you know what happened to his uncle?
No, it's not something I'm familiar with. Sorry, what was the first name of the uncle?
Douglas.
Douglas, yeah.
Douglas.
So yeah, all sorts of rumours flying around about Douglas. Some people think he's passed on. Some people think he's out gone back to his travels again. He used to travel a lot. Was a well-travelled man at one time.
So did he just up and disappear one day?
Pretty much. Nobody really knows. It is. I have to admit, it is a little bit of a mystery here in the town. As I say, we kind of know. Well, I wouldn't say we were nosy, but we tend to know each other's business, and as I say, it's a little unusual.
What did he travel for?
Oh, he was just well travelled. He used to travel all over the world at one time. For pleasure. It was. Douglas's home is quite a humble cottage, so he seemed to be never seemed to be short of money. Certainly enough to finance his travels, anyway.
Now, our friend Thomas, when we knew him throughout the war and throughout the time we've known him, has he been known to be wealthy?
Well, as I say, he seems a nice young man, but he keeps himself to himself. We don't really see too much from him. He comes into the village, pick up supplies, and that's about it.
So I'm asking you, from our experience as characters, knowing Thomas, has he been known to be wealthy before?
No,
No,
he's
okay.
not. No, he's not particularly wealthy. No, you don't know whether he came into any money when he inherited his uncle's house or not. You don't know. I mean, you don't know the full details of how he came to have the house.
I'm sure he's going to tell us when we go and see him. I'm sure we're going to find out all about Uncle Douglas when we go to see our friend.
Well, I hope you have a.
His house.
Oh, his house. His house is down on Church Lane on the west side of the village, just below a little way below the church. You can't miss it. There's only 3 houses on the street.
Thank you.
But you're welcome. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay, and if don't be a stranger.
Sure, and if you could put one in the tap for us all, and one for yourself as well, and he'll pay for a round of drinks.
That's very kind of you. I don't drink.
Well, just put that away in your pocket then, thank you.
Oh, that's very kind. I don't mind if I do.
I fought with some Americans in the war, and they said that tipping it's really an important part of their culture, and I've learned a lot from my time serving with the Americans, and I believe that this is the future, and I think that five years from now, Britain will all be doing the same thing across the whole country.
I believe it's a big thing down in London Way.
Never been down London Way myself.
No, it's not. Not for me. Not for me. Well, anyway, I've taken up enough of your time. I'll let you enjoy your drinks.
Thanks, love.
Does the beer actually taste like decent beer?
Oh yeah, it's excellent.
It's good
It's
beer.
really good.
Nice.
It's strong as well.
So what are you talking, like a bitter, or like an ale, or what is it?
It's more of a beer than an ale. Despite the fact she called it an ale, it's more of a beer. It's really sort of dark, almost Guinness-like.
Oh, like a stout. Question: lager, is that a modern invention? You know, like beer that I drink, lager. Is that a thing in the 20s?
yeah.
It's a modern thing, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a more modern one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be a stout, or it would be a bitter, or it would be a something like that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Cool. I love life 100 years ago. So simple.
Okay, so you sit there quietly, sipping your drinks. The few locals, like I said, there's only 2 or 3 old men sat in here. They kind of acknowledge you with a nod and a smile, but keep themselves to themselves and don't pry into your business either.
Any of them talking about this if I succeed on a listen check?
Oh, you wouldn't need to. I mean, you're literally, like I said, the tap room that you sat in can't be more than 10 feet square. You literally couldn't have a conversation here without everybody what you're talking about.
No mention of Uncle Thomas in the house or anything. Uncle Douglas in the house or anything.
No, like I said, they acknowledge your presence, they smile, nod, maybe say hello, but yeah, they don't pry.
So at some point I'll raise a toast, say, to old friends and to seeing each other in a better place and a better time. Cheers.
Do you reckon we should? Do you reckon we should ask the barkeep for a room?
Yeah, I mean, isn't our friend staying in a mansion?
But I don't want to impose.
Alright, yeah, okay.
I don't know. We should stay in the mansion. How often do we get that chance?
That's what I was thinking. I thought he might invite us, but we could maybe pay for a room here in case he doesn't.
Okay.
Alright, I'll buy a room.
Just
Okay,
a
so
wee
the-
room.
Just a wee room. Do I not need 2 rooms? It's 1920.
So,
I'm not married
there
to either
are-
of these
yeah.
women.
So when you inquire about the rooms, there are only two rooms. They're like 2 attic rooms, so like up in the eaves of the attic. Pretty much just a bed and a bedside table with a wash basin on.
I think I need them both because I can't. It's 1922 and I'm not married to either of these women. We'll
No.
surely not be sharing a room.
No, they
It'd
wouldn't.
be
They
very
probably wouldn't even
improper.
allow that.
Yeah, it'd be very improper. I'll need to buy both the rooms then, I suppose.
So the landlady says, "Well, there is only a small single bed in each room, I'm afraid." I mean, you're welcome to them, of course, but it would be wrong. It would be wrong of me not to point that out.
Sure, I mean, hopefully we won't be using these rooms. Hopefully our friends' mansions fit for guests, but
Well,
just in case.
how about if I hold these rooms for you, and if you need them, come back today, and we can, and you can pay me for the rent of the rooms. If not, let me know, and we'll forget all about it.
That's very kind of you. Thank you very much.
Oh.
And if I don't return, you can assume I don't need them.
Very well.
Thank you.
Sounds quite acceptable. And your name is,
Oh, it's Albert.
if you don't mind my asking, of course.
Albert Redfield. And I'll shake her hand and bow politely and do all the gentlemanly things you do in 1922. Kiss her, hold her hand and give it a little kiss, I suppose. Do we do all that?
Oh no, she pulls her hand back when you try and do that.
No, I'm from Yorkshire, man. I'm not some French suave dude. I don't do that. What are you on about? Alright, Chuck.
Yeah. So yeah, it says that she's happy to do that for you.
Well, that's very good. What do you think? Finish our drinks and go see our friend then?
Yep. Sounds good.
Okay. So you maybe pass about half an hour or so in the pub, in the Black Dog, and say your farewells and head back out. Heading across the town. It may be only 15, but probably not even that. Maybe about 10 minutes walk, and then only because you're not exactly sure where you're going. Till you find Church Lane, and as the landlady said, it's only a short little road, dirt road, with 3 houses situated at the very end of it, sort of around the end of it, like a cul-de-sac. Let's.
How?
Oh, it's so cute.
Yeah, I was going to say how cute.
Let me get rid of this now.
So it's not a mansion, but it's a nice
No.
house.
No, it's a fairly well appointed cottage. It looks again, it looks about maybe a couple of 100 years old, maybe. Certainly no more than that though.
Just a wee young building.
So yeah, Thomas's cottage sits at the end of Church Lane, part dirt, part cobbled road. The house, like its 2 neighbours, sits a little way back from the road and is bordered by lawns and colourful flower beds beneath the ground floor windows. Though in the case of Thomas's house, it looks like they're in need of a little attention, perhaps. There's tall hawthorn hedges that mark the borders between Thomas's property and his neighbours. Though the backs of all the houses are open to the woodland that rise up there on the hills that rise up beyond to the west. So as you're approaching the house, there's a young lady, maybe in her mid to late 20s, coming out the garden gate with a little book tucked under her arm. She smiles and nods and wishes you a good day and heads on down the street.
Hey up, lass.
Good afternoon, sir. She's quite She seems quite well spoken. You can detect a Yorkshire accent, but she's takes care to pronounce the words.
Okay, so help lass will come. Help my lady.
I think I've got a picture of her somewhere. Let me see. Where are you? There she is.
She looks very studious.
Mm.
Look at me,
Can one of us
librarian.
glance at her book and see what she's carrying?
Oh, you could, yes. Give us a spot hidden roll. See if you can catch sight of it as she's going.
Yeah, let's see what she's reading.
And she's coming out of his house?
She's well. You didn't literally see her. You didn't see her coming out of the house. You just saw. You just see her coming out of the gate. So presumably she's been to the house.
Now, Thomas is young man in his 20s like us, right?
Yeah.
So it's not creepy that there's a 22-year-old girl coming out of this house. He's not 60 or something. It's not weird. It's not weird. Yeah, like,
Okay, so the book tucked under her arm is a copy of The Time Machine by Jules Verne.
Ooh.
You can make, in fact, since you've made a spot, you can make an education roll as well for Erin, if you would.
Education. If I can find it.
It's just at the top, your ability scores, so you just click on the edu. You see it?
Up by where your
Oh,
strength.
I see.
yeah, stats.
There we go.
Oh, wow,
it.
cool.
Oh, come on.
Hey,
So yeah, definitely with a hard success. So, yeah, maybe you're quite familiar with the works of Jules Verne, but so this one catches your eye in particular because not only is it a pristine copy, it is a first edition copy of The Time Machine by Jules Verne.
ooh.
What's the money
That's
there?
a rare book to have.
Perhaps not as rare in 1922 as it would be then, but it's still like a sought after book.
That's true. I keep forgetting we're in the past.
Yeah, it's 100 years
But
ago.
yeah, even in 1922, a first edition of that book would still be quite sought after. Still, not like I say, not as valuable as it would be today, but still, obviously, but worth a bit. So there you are, stood at the end of the garden path.
And the girl, she just goes on her way. She's not lingering.
Yeah.
Or,
No, she's not lingering. She just, like I say, she just smiles, nods, wishes you a good afternoon, and continues on her way.
Okay, I'll hold the gate open for the girls. Being a gentleman as always.
Thank you.
Okay. Radio.
And then I'll after holding the gate for the ladies, wait for them to walk through. He does the awkward shuffle to get past them so that he can knock on the door, because he's a gentleman.
Pardon me. Right, so you head down the path to the front door.
Does it look like the house on the exterior is like kept up?
So the condition of the exterior of the house looks to be well maintained. Although the grounds, the like lawns and the flower beds haven't could do with some attention. They look like they've been neglected recently, and the windows are perhaps a little dirty and unwashed. It's certainly not as pristine as its neighbours.
Oh, okay, so it's not as nice as the houses around it.
Oh, it's a good house. They just like I say, it's
The gardens. Yeah.
the gardens haven't been tended. Don't look like they've been attended to properly lately.
Yeah, it's a big place to be moving into for a young man. He's not going to be into gardening. I wouldn't expect the garden to be pristine, and a man in his 20s is garden. It's the last thing on his mind, isn't it?
Oh, it looks like it's more recent too.
Yeah.
Kind of when his demeanor changed.
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe he
Yeah.
was maintaining the garden and he stopped. Maybe he had someone doing it and he stopped paying them or something. Maybe.
Okay. So
Now,
we stood by the front door.
remind me how we found out that his demeanour had changed. Have we been writing
So,
to him? And
Yeah, so we maybe by letters or by telephone conversations. And like I say, you're really, really close friends. You've all stayed in touch and you're in regular contact. You know, at the very least, you speak to each other once a week, if not more.
So we've just noticed his mood getting a bit strange in the letters.
Yeah,
Mentioned it to each other, and here we are.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, as you know, he suffered out of all of you. He suffered the worst, the most during the war, and he was treated for shell shock. Suffered quite badly from it.
The pits to, that's what we would call it now, PTSD. That's what shell shock is, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. But yeah, it's only just at this time it's only just becoming recognised and being called shell shock. During the actual conflict, certainly early in the conflict, people were like, shot for it that had it because they refused to go.
For cowardice, yeah, people would get shot.
Yeah.
For it. It's crazy,
Yeah.
man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Knock the door.
Okay, right. You knock on the door. So there's a maybe about 2-3 minutes, and then you hear a bolt being drawn on the door, then another bolt, then a chain being slid across, and finally a key in the lock, and the door opens a little crack at first, and you get a glimpse of a face, and then the door's like pulled open at you, and you see Thomas with his big, familiar, friendly grin. And says you're here, and he immediately almost like leaps out the front door and hugs each of you in turn.
Oh, Thomas, Cock, it's good to see you, lad.
It's good to see you, and so and then he just enthusiastically shakes your hand and says, and he puts you in mind. It makes you doubt your concerns you've had about it. It certainly puts you more in mind of particularly with Albert, of the Thomas that you knew before the war.
Okay. The amount of knocks on his door was a bit of a concern, but I'm not going to say anything at the moment. It's great to see you, old boy.
She says, where are my manners? Come in. And
Keep this place quite secure with all those locks on the door.
Yeah.
Albert might not say it, but I'm going to say it.
yes, well, I've had some problems lately.
Really?
But we can talk about that later. It's just so good to see you. Just come in. And he kind of ushers you all in, stands at the side while you all come in, and closes the door behind you. And as soon as he closes the door, slides the bolts across, puts a chain on, locks the door.
I give the girls a look like, you saw this neighbourhood house? Why does he need all these locks? The place is idyllic. It's beautiful. What's he doing, man?
You trying to keep out? Ooh.
So he takes your coats from you, hangs them in the cloakroom just in the entry hall, and you can all make a spot hidden as he's hanging your coats in the entry hall.
Somebody's got a 12. 81.
Yeah, might have. Ooh. Okay, so Cassandra got the best roll, so say Cassandra spots this. So you spot what must be Thomas's old army rifle tucked in the back corner of the closet, the cloakroom, kind of just propped up in the back corner.
Mental note.
Yeah. Yeah.
So only Cassandra notices
For that-
this.
Oh.
So it leads you through to the parlour, and as he's leading you through the house, you like glance around and see the there's quite a lot of dust everywhere. And you pass the dining room. You can see that there's like the dining room table with the chairs set around, and there's discarded clothes hung over the back of the chairs. There's plates of unwashed plates covering the table, and you pass the kitchen. You can see the sinks piled high with dirty plates and dirty washing. There's flies buzzing around. It's clear. It becomes pretty apparent that he's not really looking after the house or himself very well.
I was going to say, is it like beyond normal bachelor status? It's worse than
Yeah.
that.
So
I mean,
Thomas.
There's a massive pile of dishes in my sink right now, man. Eh? Like, don't be judging.
So particularly for Thomas, because Thomas is to be a like staunch traditionalist, and he's very prim and proper. Keep it and like it'd be a very kind person, be really house proud.
Okay, so it's not like him.
And like I say, he's a bit.
I'm a little like, hey Thomas, you having female visitors with the kitchen this dirty?
Yeah, sure. You'll have to excuse me. It's I've been getting a little bit behind with the housework, I suppose, lately. Anyway, but take a seat, and he comes in and picks up loads of clothes and old newspapers off the seats and hastily stuffs them into another room. Says, "So can I get you a cup of tea, a sandwich? Have you eaten at all?"
We've not actually.
How about I help with that?
No, I wouldn't dream. I wouldn't dream of it.
No. I insist.
Wee woman mode activated.
Okay, he shrugs. Well, if you insist. And you follow him through to the kitchen, and it's get a full view of the kitchen. It's pretty unpleasant. There's a loaf of bread on the table that's clearly gone mouldy, and there's fruit in a bowl that's like soft and going rotten, and more dirty pots and clothes. And so he goes into the pantry and brings out a platter with some meat on it that looks fine. It looks pretty fresh. Although there's quite an unpleasant smell comes from the pantry when he opens the door. And so he puts this platter of meat down and brings some bread and a patter of butter.
Does he have a refrigerator?
No.
Okay.
No.
Would
No,
it
so it doesn't have such a thing. No, the pantry might.
Or anything like that.
Is that an average commodity in 1922? Would your average person have one?
I suppose they're becoming more common, but yeah, not everywhere will have fridges.
Not even an ice box.
No, not.
So it's not weird of him to not have one.
No, it's not weird. No.
Okay.
I'm gonna just kind of start going through drawers as well for like cutlery.
Oh, she's a wee nosy woman.
Yeah.
Made of everything.
Okay, so it takes you a while. You do eventually find the cutlery drawer, and there's maybe a one knife and a fork, and so it's to the point that you have to go to the sink and dig the sink out and actually wash a few bits of cutlery to be able to make these sandwiches while Thomas sets about boiling a pot of tea.
Fuck me, I'm gonna have to tidy my kitchen tomorrow, man. I'm feeling so bad right now. Like,
Trigger cleaning trigger warnings.
aye. I know what I'll do tomorrow.
So you make some sandwiches, and he bought, like I say, makes a pot of tea, and return to the parlour report. He hands everybody a little plate with sandwich on, and pours everybody a cup of tea, and you sit down, shooting the breeze, exchanging small talk over this little light meal.
So,
And as you do, you see signs of that something's not quite right. Apart from the like state of the house, it's particularly Cassandra. you notice clear signs of his a recurrence of his symptoms of his shell shock. He appears nervous and twitchy. Every so often, he gets up in mid conversation and goes to check the window locks, or like stops and walks around the room and stops and peers out the window.
Very paranoid.
Thomas, what's going on? You want to tell us about what's got you pacing around?
Says, I'm sorry. Is it obvious? I've been a little. I won't deny I've been a little on edge lately. It's ever since the burglary.
You've been burgled?
Yes, first one's about a couple of weeks ago.
More than once?
Yeah, more than once.
Oh.
Yeah.
In this neighbourhood?
Yes, it's a surprise. I know.
What did they take?
Not entirely. I think they took books from my uncle's library.
You never did tell us about your uncle, Thomas. You never did tell us the story of your old uncle.
Well, I don't know a great deal about myself. He was well liked by all accounts. He used to travel a lot, and was an avid reader, as you'd be able to tell from. And he leads you through to the study.
And the girl that was leaving earlier, she was borrowing one of your uncle's books, or?
Oh yes, that's got her name. That's Mrs. Mountford. She's the local school teacher. She was a friend of my uncle's, and he always promised that she could borrow his first edition copy of the Time Machine. So I said I'd dig it out for us. And she just happened to be called around for it today.
I hope she takes good care of it. That's a valuable book, I'm sure.
Yes, from what I understand, it is. Yes.
Is there, just from first glance, is there a lot of other like fancy books in this library? Do I know enough to be able to tell, actually?
Excuse me. Let me. Where's my bits and pieces?
I know I've played too much Call of Cthulhu because I'm scared of books. I'm scared of books. Books are a scary thing. Don't like books. Books are trouble.
So, it leads into the study, and it's aside from a layer of dust that has accumulated since Thomas took over the house. The study is fastidiously neat and tidy, with nothing out of place. All the books are carefully ordered and lined there, and bookshelves line 3 walls of the room. There's books of all shapes and sizes, on all subjects, all methodically arranged, categorised, identical, and only in that they were obviously and clearly well cared for.
Are they covered in dust though, even though they're all pristine and in the right place? Are they covered in dust, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so he's not reading them, eh?
No.
Okay.
I must say, I've never seen a circle book. This is impressive, Thomas.
It's, I don't really come in here so much. As you know, I'm not much of a reader. It was my uncle's passion. But, I've cleared most of the house and tried to make it my own, but I don't know. It's a bit. This room's a bit of a big job, and it seems, I don't know. I just can't quite bring myself to do it yet.
Where is your uncle, Tom? Tommy boy, old Thomas, old Tam.
Oh, I don't know. To be honest.
You don't? When's the last time you saw him? When you took the house from him, or?
Oh no. Oh, several years ago. He My uncle, I didn't, as I say, I met him on a few occasions, but I don't know him. I don't know him that well. He disappeared about a year ago. I took possession of the house because after 6 months, with no evidence and leads coming up with the police looking into it as a missing person case, he was eventually presumed missing, presumed dead.
Oh.
First I knew about it was when the lawyers contacted me and told me I was to inherit the house.
No children of his own, I take it. Is that how you
No.
become executor? Is this your dad's
No.
brother or your mother's brother?
It was my father's brother. Yes, as you know, my parents are dead. But yes, Douglas never married.
Do these books, just looking around, do they seem to be like a specific genre or?
There is everything. There's all there's like travel books, there's history books, there's books on art. There's probably a disproportionate amount of fiction.
Just an avid book collector's collection of books, really.
Yeah, but yeah, encyclopedias, atlases, books on cookery, books on history, books on geography, natural history.
And it's all clean in here, like no layer of, or you said there was a layer of dust?
Yeah, so everything. Yeah, there's a layer of dust.
Does it look like any have less dust?
Can we look around for like one book that has?
Has he been
fingerprints
reading
or
anything?
something?
Is
I'm
there
gonna keep
anything
pulling
he's
out.
been reading yet?
Yeah.
Or is there any gaps in the bookshelf? A gap between two books or something?
That's an interesting question.
He claims he was burgled.
So
Another question. Questions upon questions. Do a lot of these books look expensive? Even if I don't know the rare books or whatever, because I'm not a reader. Do they have fancy leather bound backs?
Or like rare looking.
Is it obviously an expensive collection, even if you don't know books?
So again, there's a wide selection. There's ones that are like just cheap paperbacks, and some that to an untrained eye could be expensive.
So it's just literally everything. He's got everything, eh?
So yeah, so while you're in there, so like I said, Thomas like says, the first burglary happened about 2 weeks ago. The second just a couple of days ago. But the police don't really seem interested. I think they think I'm imagining it.
Well, you said you think that the books were taken. Which books do you think were taken?
There's some books missing from the shelves. He points to a few gaps in the shelves, and you can see there's not only the gaps, but there's gaps in the dust as well, where there were.
Okay.
And you said it was all alphabetical.
It's quite methodically arranged. Yeah, there's on the desk that sits in front of the window. There's a Rolodex as well for where all the record are kept for all the books.
Well, can we compare?
Let's start looking.
Yes.
Okay.
Dewey Decimal Point or Dewey Decimal System.
Yeah.
So it's not a usual library system, but it's easy to. It's once you get the Rolodex, it's easy to follow. It's it's pretty pretty easy to understand. So just a cursory examination of the shelves, you can spot these absence of these books. There's absence of dust that marks these missing books, and checking through the Rolodex. It takes you a while, maybe about half an hour going, because there's a lot. I mean, there's hundreds of books in here, so it takes you a good half an hour or more till you come up with a list of the books that are missing. So the books that are missing are 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea by Jules Verne from 1872, The Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde, which was published in 1890. Carmilla by Sheridan Le Fanu from 1872. Journey to the Centre of the Earth, Jules Verne, 1864. The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket by Edgar Allan Poe, 1838. And The Novel of the Black Seal by Arthur Machen, 1895.
Was this the ones that were missing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Any
While you're
indication
looking,
if they're like first editions or anything like that?
no, they don't. None of them appear to be none of these are listed as first editions. No. You can, while you're looking around as well, you can make a spot hidden in the study as well.
The thief is a fan of Jules Verne, it appears.
Yeah. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea makes me worried now.
Under the Sea makes me worried when we're playing this game.
Yes, anything under
Just
the sea.
those 3 words. Hey.
Okay. Okay, so who's got the best? So, Aaron. So... Okay, so while you're looking around, something catches your eye other than the books. So up on the wall, you notice faint, telltale signs of spaces on the walls above the bookshelves, where several paintings must have been hung. You know, kind of slightly, sort of rectangular marks where the sun has bleached the wallpaper around and left these faint rectangular impressions.
Interesting. Okay.
Which suggests they were removed. They must have been removed recently as well.
I got a hard success. Is that any good for spotting anything?
No, we're just going to go with who got the best, which was Aaron. So.
Okay.
Thomas, did you realize that there are paintings missing as well?
Oh, it's the paintings. Yeah, yes, I removed them. I took them down. It's I plan to replace them.
Not to your taste, or?
No, not to my taste. You can make a psychology roll as well.
Ooh.
Anybody can make a psychology roll.
Interesting. Oh, I've got a bit
Can
of
we
psychology.
see them?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, there.
Okay, so Cassandra, you can tell that at the mention of these paintings, Thomas is clearly becomes uncomfortable, and it strikes you as a little strange considering the fact that he made a point of mentioning that he's not touched anything else in this. He's not touched anything in the study.
Yeah, why would the paintings bother you if you don't come in here?
Can we see the paintings, Thomas?
Well, let's see, it doesn't really have. I don't see what bearing that has on the burglaries. They're just some of my uncle's paintings. I just took them down. They're just up in the attic, but.
I mean, I've taken a fancy for paintings here recently myself, just like to peruse what he might have collected because he's got such a collection of books.
I know you are. I know you've an artistic streak, but really, there's nothing amongst them that would interest you. I can assure you.
Okay, I won't pry.
And he quickly and noticeably changes the subject. As I say, there's like been more than one incident. The second was just 2 days ago. But it's not just that. In between these two incidents, I don't know. I think somebody's been trying to get into the house at least 2 or 3 times.
Do you have any idea who this might be, Thomas?
I've no idea. I mean, there's as far as I can tell, there's only these two occasions that that books were taken from the library, from the study. But I found doors open in the house that should have been closed. Things moved, lights left on.
Is
And
the study at the back of the house, or where?
it's to the if you're facing the front of the house, it's on the left-hand side.
And is there any like obvious signs of like tampering with the windows or anything? In
Oh,
the
you can certainly have a look. There's a big, as you can see in the picture, there's a big bay window that looks onto the garden at the side of the house.
You bet your bottom dollar I'm gonna look.
Okay. Right. So, yeah, you can give us. You go. Well, you don't need to make a roll actually. So there's going over and checking the windows. There's no sign of anybody having forced the windows open, but the latch is quite old and loose, and it's probably wouldn't be impossible to, with small amount of effort, to open it from the outside without actually damaging the window.
Without actually fucking the window, yes. Okay. Maybe
So the locks are definitely loose with age. Maybe the window frames are slightly rotten. And so if but with a bit of effort, even you can see that it wouldn't be impossible to get the window open from the outside.
perhaps if you did a little workaround here on security, Tommy boy, I could help you with that. I could stay a few days. We could put some new windows in.
Oh, you're more than welcome to stay. I can put you up in the guest rooms.
Well, I mean, I'm worried for your safety here. If you've been burgled twice in 2 weeks, and look, your windows here, it's not secure. I can see how somebody would. It looks like you've got a rare collection of books in there, and they're worth money. I don't know
about that, but well, I'm sure you've noticed the locks on the doors.
Aye, it's all good having 10 locks on your door, but if your window just opens from the outside, you're still goosed.
Oh, I hadn't noticed.
Look at this. And he lifts up the window with one finger.
Oh, it would be probably a good idea to get that fixed. If you think you could do that, Albert, I'd be most grateful.
I'm sure we could do it between the two of us, old boy.
Yes, I'm sure we could.
We're soldiers once. We can knock a shelter together with nothing but a spade and some tent pegs. I'm sure we can make your windows more secure.
Okay, right. Yeah, that brings like a slight smile back to his face. Yes, I'm sure we could. We jury rigged many a thing back in the trenches, didn't we?
We sure did, old boy. We sure did.
And then he sort of his face drops again. Is that second burglary? I was woken, but there were noises. I heard noises that woke me in the night. And I came downstairs, and I think perhaps I disturbed the burglar. But by the time I got down here, there was nobody here. But you mentioning that window, it was open at the time.
There's your problem.
I was going to ask how he thinks they get in.
Well, I'm not sure. I say the second time the window was open, but maybe I'd left it open, but it certainly wasn't the case the first instant.
I'll tell you what we'll do, old boy. We'll spend a couple of days here, me and you and the girls, just like old times. We'll have some sandwiches, we'll have some drinks. Me and you will fix your windows up, we'll put some locks on them as well. The girls will clean your kitchen, and we're gonna sort you out, old boy.
Oh, you don't know how good that is to me. I'm so glad the three of you are here. It's I've informed the police, but I have to say it's not done anything to put my mind at ease. The local police, they just seem to do nothing. I mean, yeah, they say there's no evidence, no leads. I think if it wasn't for the fact that the books are missing, I'd almost think I'd imagined it.
What time of day is it?
When there's a moment later after we've been shown to our rooms and stuff, I want to take the gun from the...
From the cloakroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to get shot.
Hiding
We
it
just
from
tuck
him.
that away somewhere.
Keep it safe. It's a
If
good
he's
idea.
this jumpy, you know, if we like creep down the stairs for a glass of water or something, I don't want him. Pow.
And he thinks he's getting robbed, yeah, bang.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good thinking.
Oh, okay. So sorry, I forgot to. Yeah, so I forgot to mention something. So while you're going through the Rolodex as well, so like I say, it took probably about half an hour to an hour to like figure out which ones were missing, you know, from the gaps, and then going through the Rolodex. One thing that you also noticed is that there appears to be some more books missing, but there's no gaps on the shelf. You can't find them on the shelves, but there's no gaps on the shelves that correlate to these missing books. And the entry in the Rolodex is different from the others as well. It looks like this. Let's go and find it. There it is.
Oh, these
Almost
are
like
some gold ones.
abbreviations or something.
Yeah.
Sons of the Cthulhu of the...
Yeah.
Don't I just shit myself? Okay. Now, are we looking around for an empty chest or crate or something that these should be in then maybe? Like,
Yeah, some kind of secret storage.
if this is a special entry, they're in a special place.
What do you want to do with them?
Do we get a chance when he's not around to look around? This
Yeah,
room,
he,
sort of
so
thing?
yeah, he at some point he wanders off to either on the pretense of starting to tidy the house up or going to make her a cup of tea or one thing or another. He doesn't seem to like spending too much time in the study. In fact, you can probably all make an idea roll as well.
Okay.
An idea roll is an intelligence roll, by the way.
Okay.
Made mine.
35, 53.
Fancy skaters.
Okay, so
nice.
yeah, it's if nothing else, this it's obvious, obviously these burglaries are the source of these mental decline, and if nothing else, if you think that if you recovering these books and replacing these missing books should go a long way to help stabilizing his mental state.
Okay.
Certainly, it'll certainly put his fears, ease his fears.
Okay, when he's not in the room, I want to have a look around the room for secret places, chests,
okay.
like under
Yeah.
shelves, behind things.
So you can make a spot hidden roll while searching. Why not?
Any candlesticks on the wall that...
Breeze on the wall.
Hey, 24.
Okay. So you can all make a spot here and roll if you want. Well, it doesn't matter, I suppose. Yeah. So you look around the room, and you can't find. Like I said, there's no empty spots on the bookshelves. It seems a little odd. And then you come across up on the top left-hand corner, one of the shelves, right, kind of almost just out of hardest to reach. You've noticed something odd about this line of encyclopedias, and as you go up to check, you realise it's just the kind of false books. I pull it out, and it's like a false book,
Nice. I've never found one of them before. That's so cool.
and it's empty.
Oh.
Well, that's a bummer. Was there a sign of like what was in there, maybe?
So yeah, there was clearly something in here. Again, you can see there's traces. Well, not as much because they were inside this thing, but there's traces of dust in here, and you can see there was certainly definitely recently several books in here.
So this is the missing books from the special list in the
Possibly.
hidden compartment. Right.
Somebody found them.
I've got one theory about what these books are, but it's probably nothing. So PM on the last one. PM makes me think of Prime Minister. Saxe-Gotha, that is like an empire. That's like or a city. So these are like
These are old too.
statesmen. Books about or books by or diaries of people who were statesmen. A prime minister, the king or emperor of Gothenburg or whatever. I don't know, man. Maybe that's totally nothing. Augustus Dukov. There you go. One of them says Augustus Dukov. That's another tenuous link to it being like people of power.
Listen, I'm gonna be real. I accidentally closed that window. How do I get it back?
I've got it open. Like, so the first one says SOTCOTP Anonymous 1881, and then the next one says AYIA:K Augustus Dukov.
Oh, sorry. I'll make it available so you can see it in the so you can open it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
There. So if you look in the journal tab and you open that up, you should see a folder that says paper chase, then handouts, and then you should see the Rolodex.
Thank you.
Was there a prime minister called Matthew Lewis in 1796?
No,
Okay.
not that I'm aware of.
Fun. Why is the A in Matthew capitalized?
Yeah.
I think that's
Curious.
maybe just the style, right? No, because there's A's. The A in Anonymous isn't capitalised.
Yeah.
I bet we're thinking way too much into that. That's nothing.
While we kind of like go around the house as well, I'm just gonna be keeping an open eye for where the attic entrance might be.
Okay. So yeah. Well, probably at some point Thomas will show you to your rooms. So on the upper floor, there's 3 guest rooms as well as Thomas's room, and on the landing there is clearly like a hatch for the attic.
So before we go to our rooms, I'm definitely taking like a note of those 5.
Okay.
Like just writing that down, copying that down.
You can, while you're still looking around the study as well. Sorry, you can make another spot hidden as well. I forgot. There's something I forgot to point out, perhaps.
Okay.
Particularly when somebody was checking through the Rolodex.
Ooh, big 11.
Okay.
Extreme success.
Boo.
Down
Okay,
another
so
one.
who was it? Who was initially chucking through the Rolodex? Was that Aaron?
Aaron, I think.
Yeah.
Aaron,
So
yeah.
we'll say Aaron then. So while you're sat going through the Rolodex, perhaps when you find this special sort of entry. This one that stands out. You get up to from the desk, and as you get up, your knee catches one of the drawers, and you hear something. Sounds like something drops inside the drawer.
Okay. Well, I'm immediately going to open that.
Okay, right. You open it. It's empty.
I'm going to check for false bottom.
Okay, right. It's no need to roll. It's quite evident. There's a loose. In fact, it's not even that well hidden. There's a loose, just an extra piece of wood in the bottom of the drawer, and lift it up. There's a diary.
Ooh, okay, I'm going to show this to everybody. Look at this diary I found.
Ooh, let's read it.
Let's definitely read it.
Why would you not want to read a diary in Call of Cthulhu?
Of course.
Okay, so
Don't read it out loud.
Yeah, so it is. As you open it up, it is Douglas Kimble's journal.
Perfect.
Oh
So-
yes, it's Uncle Dougie. Need to see
So it'll
this.
probably take some time to read it. Maybe a few hours. So whether you want to sit and read it now or read it later.
Oh, can I quickly read the last few entries? Can I
Yeah.
look at the end? Glance at the end.
The last entry. So there's flicking through it. There's probably like a gap of a few weeks between the last two entries. So the second to the last says, "Convention is the problem. No one will ever accept our friendships as something normal. Sometimes I want to just turn from these conflicting impulses, and then sometimes all I can think of is the smell of him." And like I said, there's a gap of several weeks, and then the last one says, "Many times he has asked if I would leave this place and go with him. He promises me a life of amazing adventure, of sights, tastes, and sensations beyond imagining. Tonight, I have finally made my decision. I shall go and be with him, with our friends below."
Oh shit, we need to read the rest of that.
Yeah.
What is Uncle Dougie up to? Right, that is our reading material for the night, gang.
Yes.
Bedtime stories.
Okay. So, like I said, you spotted this earlier. My fault for not mentioning it. So Thomas settles you into your rooms, and then he's been doing it. Like I said, he's been making a conscious effort to try and tidy the house up a little bit. Not doing a brilliant job, but at least he's making some kind of effort. And it's getting to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And he excuses himself and says that he's going to nip into the town and pick up some to restock the larder. There's not much food. Obviously you've seen there's barely anything edible left in the house.
Make sure you pick up some new window locks while you're out.
That's a good idea. I'll call in at the ironmonger's.
Get some 2x4s, some nails, spare hammer, a wood saw. Get a bunch of stuff. We're going to
Yep.
fix up your house.
Okay, right. He takes a little pad and makes a list.
I'll write him a list. In fact, thinking of all the things that we need to do to repair up his house. I'll tell him get all this stuff. Me and you are going to spend a couple of days. The girls are going to clean up. We're going to do this. Get you some.
You got to do a special knock when you get back, so we know that it's you.
Yeah, do the squad knock from back in the water.
Okay,
Special
he looks at you a little bit funny. Looks at you sideways, then kind of laughs and assumes just assumes you're making a joke of some
Oh,
kind.
it wasn't. Just nice to hear him coming if we're not.
Okay, so he takes you're right in this list. He takes this list and he heads off down the hallway, and then he stops midway down the hallway and sort of almost tilts. Looks like he's tilting his head to one side as if he's listening for something, and then shakes his head and goes out the front door.
Okay.
As he's leaving, he says, "Make yourselves at home."
I go to the front door and look at if there's a little window in the door, looking through it and just watching him as he goes, see if he acts
So,
normal.
there's a little tiny lead-lined window in the middle of the door. Yeah, you see him. He walks off down the garden path and disappears from sight.
Up to the attic.
Yes.
You're up to the attic? Okay.
No messing about, I love that.
Okay, so nearby on the landing there's a little pole for like pulling down the hatch, and a ladder slides down, giving you access to the attic. So, you going up? You sure?
Ladies
Yeah.
first.
Okay, so you all clamber up this ladder into the attic. So the attic is festooned with cobwebs, and it's dimly illuminated by a small single window at the far end, at the gable end of the house, of the attic. And it looks surprisingly empty. It's like completely clutter-free. And it's not until you head further towards the far end of the attic that you'd notice a bundle of objects wrapped in white sheets tucked into the furthest corner of the attic, which must be the paintings that Thomas mentioned.
Oh, let's take a little peek, see?
Run, Rappo.
Okay, so that each one is individually wrapped in sheeting to sort of twine tied around them.
I'll grab one and untie it.
Okay, so you're gonna look them up here? Yep, I presume that means. Okay, so these are the paintings in the order that they are stacked that you see them. This is the first one.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
A little bit nonsense, but moving on.
This is the second one.
And these are his uncle's paintings that his uncle did.
No, not that his uncle painted. No.
Okay,
no.
okay,
They were just in
okay.
his
Just his
office.
collection. Got you.
Yeah.
What's that weird thing in the bottom right? That weird brown shape with the antlers.
Okay, it's the second one. So just tell me when you're ready to move on to the next.
Yep, naked dude. Peachy wee bum.
This is the third one.
I mean, I'm impressed.
Okay. A naked little, very looking young boy. Okay, I see why he took these paintings down. Yeah, yeah.
Like I say, Thomas is quite like prim and proper.
Yeah, conservative. Yeah, I can see why he took these
Yeah,
down.
very staunch traditionalist.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, what was that one? That was the third one? Yeah, that was the third one. So the fourth one, there's 9 of these paintings in total. So this is the fourth one.
Uncle Thomas has got interesting taste in art.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I see why he's taking them down. Oh, this guy's got a boner. Gonna get banned off of YouTube. Good job, we didn't put this on Twitch, Phil. That guy's got a boner!
You'll have to censor it out.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if YouTube... It's classical art, it'll get by YouTube, it's fine.
Yeah. Of course it would.
Yeah,
It's been on
it's
before.
Yeah. It's got homoerotic art, so that's why he's taking it down. He doesn't like his uncle's in... Yeah, his uncle's a homosexual, and it's 1922. He's not very happy about that. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So this is the fifth one.
Oh, what?
Well, that's a change.
Well, yeah, that escalated quickly.
Where did we get to this branch of art?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's went from homoerotic art to something entirely different. I can see why he took that down as well.
Okay, this is the sixth one.
Okay. Oh. They're getting better.
Yeah, no, I see why he took these ones down.
These are terrifying.
Ready for the next?
And these
Dudes
were
are
just...
being-
This guy had these around his study. Like, I can understand the erotic art. He's gay, fine, okay, but what the fuck is this? Who are these? What is,
Like Attack on Titan in 19.
what is that?
I'm scared to look at the last one.
Yeah. There's two more, or one more.
Oh, there's.
Oh, I do apologize. So there's like a title with each picture as well.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so just going back to the first one, if you've still got it open, that is the title of that is Apollo with Hyacinthus and Cypriarius singing and playing. Artist Ivanov Alexander Andreevich, 1834.
Okay.
Second one is The Fisherman, artist unknown. The third one is The Snake Charmer, artist Jean-Léon Jerome, 1879. The fourth one is called Awakening, artist unknown.
Something's getting up.
I'm just getting the fourth one on screen again. 2 seconds.
Yeah. So, yes.
The fourth one was the last homoerotic one. The two dudes with the boners, right?
Yeah.
And that one's called Awakening.
Hey, morning glory.
Yeah.
a happy awakening. That's what you want, like.
So the fifth one is called The Demons by David Riker, painted between 1612 and 1661.
I can't find 5 on my screen. Give me a second.
I shall bring it back up.
Oh, thank you.
I think it's
bring
that
'em-
charcoal one. Oh wait, no,
It's
that
this
was
one.
the dancing vultures.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Like.
Okay.
Rats?
Look at-
Vulture rats?
So that was the fifth one. The sixth one, which is the black and white kind of pencil sketch,
The
which
one on the
was
left head looks kind of like a dog.
this one. So this one is titled Hunger, artist unknown.
Okay.
And then we've got the seventh one, which was this one, which is quite a famous painting, actually.
I think I've actually seen this recently.
Yes, you probably.
You have.
This is entitled Saturn Devouring His Son, and the artist is Francisco Goya.
The first one was
18th.
First one was a Greek god. This is a Roman god, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's mythological and
So yeah, that was painted by Francisco Goya in between 1819 and 1823, and this is the eighth one, which is called Child at Play, artist Richard Upton Pickman.
I've not got it on screen. Oh, there it is. Oh.
Ay.
They look, it's like children's toys, look like a teddy bear. Ooh. That's...
And the last one is called Dinner Guest, also by Richard Upton Pickman, dated 1920.
I just got whose name that was. On the second one. Oh. Need to try and not metagame. I know who Richard Pickman is.
Partly intentional.
Alright, I probably would have taken these down too. So I can't blame the man.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Ooh.
And that's all that was hidden up in the attic?
Yeah, that's all. So so they're now available in the journal tab for you to look at your leisure.
Good without those.
I'll just
Yeah.
throw the covers back over those things.
First one was quite creepy because they were kids, and then it just went homoerotic, which is fine for me in 2023. Like in 1922, I see why it wasn't. And then it went.
Who doesn't want to fish?
It did get a little bit creepy again. That boy with the snake was very young as well. Like it was, they're not just homoerotic, which is fine. They're a little bit noncy. That's what I'm worried about. I would be taking those the fuck down, like. But yeah, those last ones, especially the Richard Pickman's ones, those are horrible. What is it? What is your uncle into, Tommy boy?
Okay, so yeah, that doesn't take maybe maybe it's a little bit taken aback, but it doesn't take you long to peruse these paintings. Probably quick. Probably look over them quite quickly considering the content.
Back out of the attic.
Yeah. Wrap them back up, I think. They can go back where they were.
Okay. Okay.
Should we tidy up a
Now
little
about
bit?
that
while
diary, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Palate
maybe we should
cleanser, maybe.
Well, stick that in your bag, Glass. We'll read that tonight when we goes to bed.
Actually, do we really want to read it after we saw
I
the
know.
paintings?
We're putting some things together here.
Yeah, good point. Might not want to know what he's writing about in this diary. Yeah?
I mean, we know that he left for a man.
To go down there with them or something. I didn't like the sound of that. I'm finally gonna go down there with him. Or
I mean,
something,
maybe it
wasn't
was like,
Oh, this is I forgot. There's a picture of Douglas as well in the house.
I mean, maybe he's going to Australia and it's innocent and normal, but
or like going
Thomas,
down
of course.
there. You know?
yeah, he's moving down to Southampton. Sick of the cold weather in Yorkshire. A handsome fella like Douglas. Not so much Thomas. He's just a creepy looking one, like.
Can't say that about your best friend.
After have you seen some of those pictures? Those glasses and that moustache. They've got an altogether different creepy look about them now, like.
But he's the one that put him away.
Saying that, yes. It's his uncle.
That's true.
Yeah, it's his uncle that was the creep, eh? I'm glad he put him away.
The eyes are both creeper for me, so.
Now,
Oh, my-
with him having been burgled, but then they came back, do you think they're looking for these? Because they burgled him.
Paintings?
They burgled him, they took stuff, but then they came back like they didn't get what they were after.
So Thomas said there was books went missing on both occasions. He doesn't know which books went on which time, but he believes that books were both taken on both occasions.
They didn't
I
find.
wonder if it was maybe a cover up. Like they took some of the books, obviously, to avoid suspicion of the other books that.
The hidden books?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. But why come back?
Maybe they didn't find the hidden books the first time.
Yeah, maybe. We're gonna have to go after those books. If we want to help our friend, we need to get those books back, eh? Because they're gonna keep. Well, I don't know. Are they
Maybe
gonna
just
keep?
take a quick peek in Thomas's room to make sure they're not in there.
He's out for a little
And
bit.
what book did the lady have at the beginning?
Time Machine by Jules Verne.
Time Machine, okay. I wonder why they didn't take that book.
Especially if it was a rare first edition in the robbers.
And they took all the other Jules Verne books.
Oh yeah, they did.
But I think that means they didn't take something that was of value the first time, so maybe it would go unreported, right? They didn't take a whole lot.
Yeah. Just a couple of books. Okay.
But whoever's stealing the books is a Jules Verne collector, and
Yeah.
he didn't take the really expensive one. It's weird. If you're robbing
It
this
is
guy,
weird.
if you're robbing this guy and you're collecting Jules Verne books, you're going to take that rare first edition that's worth lots of money, surely. Why is he not taking
If
that?
that's what your target is, though. If that wasn't your target initially, if you were to take a valuable book, then there's more likelihood that authority is going to get involved.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe they left the one that's worth lots of money, so the police aren't so
mean-
bothered.
Right.
You know, the police only care when there's, when it's lost to people's property, when there's money involved.
To Thomas's room then?
Yeah, let's take a little look.
I like this nosy wee woman you're playing, bro. Straight in about everything. Let's go.
Quite nosy.
Let's go.
Okay, so yeah, Thomas, like I said, Thomas's room is just across the landing from the 3 guest rooms that you're staying in.
It's going to be messy.
And the room, as it comes as no surprise, as the room is a mess. There's clothes, piles of clothes, all scattered all over the floor, on the bed. There's a slight smell of BO and sweat. You know, yeah, sort of generally unwashed. And so you can make a spotting, I guess, if you want to search through the room.
Oh, for sure.
Sad to
While
see him
they
like
search, can I go collect the gun? And
Yeah, from the cloakroom, of course you can. Yeah. Might help if I had the right tab on. Okay, so there's nothing in here. There's nothing unusual. It's other than the uncleanliness, the mess. There's nothing in here until you happen to open the drawer on the bedside cabinet, and in the drawer, just laid there, is Thomas's service revolver. And two shots have been fired recently in it.
Oh.
The empty shells are still in there. You can smell, you can smell the gunpowder.
Well, now we got to look around for bullet holes.
unless he hit his target.
Well, true. This is true.
Yeah,
Or blood stain.
Unless the hole's in somebody and buried, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe look for anything bloody around.
Yeah, I'm gonna start looking at to see if there's.
Okay,
any...
so at this point you hear the sound of the front door opening and closing, and then the sound of all the bolts being slid across, the chain being put on, the lock.
Is his room close to the guest room so we can just
yeah,
We're just step outside real quick.
I'm gonna shove the gun under my bed and then.
Okay. So the gun is fully loaded as well.
Welcome home.
So yeah, Thomas comes sort of stumbling with his arms full of supplies that he's bought from the ironmongers and from the grocery store. So he kind of dumps most of it in the cloakroom. Doesn't notice the gun's missing, and then empties. Goes through to the kitchen, puts the shopping down on the kitchen table, and sets out preparing an evening meal for you all.
I'll start picking up some stuff and tidying up a little bit.
Okay.
I will as well, but keeping an eye out for anything that's kind of.
Well, I'm gonna go, and I think I'm gonna go help Thomas cook because I love food and I love cooking, and we don't want anything funny in our food, right?
People.
Yeah.
People. I don't want to be a last dinner like that other picture we saw.
Plus I think he's pretty useless in the kitchen.
Yeah, I'm a great cook, so I'm gonna go help Thomas.
He's
a
bachelor, his parents are dead, he's not married. Thomas can't cook nothing, man. He came from the army where he got fed gruel to living in his uncle's house where he's got no idea how to feed himself. Yeah, that would be a good idea if you went in the kitchen, Erin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's more than grateful for the help. In fact, to the point he quickly lets you take over in the kitchen and just stands there to, reminiscing and talking about old times, and it clearly seems to, at least for now, it seems to forget about his troubles and his mood is lifted, at least briefly. So what else are you doing? You were doing so, Albert. You were going and tidying round.
Starting in the kitchen so that we've got a nice table to eat on and stuff. I'm going to make this guy's life better one step at a time. Starting
Okay.
with this meal, we're going to have a nice environment around us to eat it in.
Okay. And how about Cassandra? What's Cassandra up to?
What rooms are in the home that wouldn't be weird for me to go into?
Well, it's that depends on how comfortable you feel. I mean, he's said to pretty much make yourself at home. I mean, downstairs there is the kitchen, there is the parlor, there's the dining room, there's the study, the hallway, and out off which there's a small cloakroom, which is essentially a cupboard. Upstairs, there's a landing, there's a bathroom. With full plumbing and the 4 bedrooms, Thomas's bedroom and the 3 guest rooms.
Okay, I'll start in the parlor since I feel like we got the study pretty good, even though it's not clean. We moseyed our way through there pretty well.
Okay. So, so what you're doing? Do you mean you?
Just gonna light cleaning,
Okay.
dusting, the occasional peeking behind things and into drawers and
Okay. So yeah, all this seems to go a long way towards seem to improve Thomas's mood. It doesn't take, although the house is a mess, it doesn't take too much effort to clean it up. You don't notice anything unusual. I mean, the whole, apart from the study and the 3 guest rooms that you're staying in, it does seem to have made some attempt to make the place his own. It's there's lots of his own things around, like photographs, and most of the photographs are of yourselves as well. And
that's nice. I was going to ask if his taste in art was a bit better than his uncle's.
But yeah, there's no paintings or anything like that around.
And we're fully clothed in our photos.
Yeah, it's not like cut your heads out and stuck you on like corpses and things like that.
Perfect.
We're all fully clothed and adults in the photos.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, like I say, it looks like at least initially he was making a good home for himself here and settling in. Of course, you notice there's a thing with both doors, the front and back door, have both got an excessive amount of bolts and locks on. But yeah, other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual. And you
is there any sign of like a cellar or
no?
basement?
There's no cellar.
Okay.
No.
Just in case that message was literal and going like down below the house or something.
Oh yeah.
But no, there's no basement or cellar now.
Nice thinking, bro. Nice thinking. We've been in somebody's basement before in a scenario, haven't we?
So eventually you sit down for a meal, a brilliant meal prepared by Erin, expertly prepared.
You guys are gonna love this.
Proper
Dino chicken nuggies.
Some proper,
and again,
proper
in the like clean, new cleaned up surroundings with this proper cooked meal. Again, it's all going towards improving. Seems to be going towards improving Thomas's state of mind, and his mood lifts. And again, you see glimpses of the old happy-go-lucky Thomas that you remember.
Good.
Every so often it's glitz. You'll be sat having the meal, and he'll suddenly stop mid sentence even sometimes, and stop as if he's listening for something, and if questioned, he just brushes it off as nothing. He just like thought he heard something, and then perhaps maybe he'll be sat and just a sound, maybe like a dog barking outside, or distant sound of a motor car that just suddenly makes him jump almost literally out of his seat.
But that I would expect though, because of his shell shock.
Yeah.
That's not going to be abnormal, like the jumpiness. That we probably all have a little bit of, to some extent.
Maybe we take watch overnight so that he can get a full night's sleep too.
You mean keep a watch on his bedroom door? Or you mean keep a watch on the house?
Yeah, on the house. But also
you've hid both his guns. That was good thinking. Like, I love that.
Oh, so yeah. What did you do with the revolver? So nobody said anything. So that's
You should put it under her bed.
No, that was a rifle.
Oh yeah, so it was.
So the revolver's still in his bedside cabinet. He took it out, had a look, and then Thomas came back. So I presume it's still there.
I mean, I think if we would take something like that, he'd notice, especially if he spent two shells recently.
And it's in his bedside cabinet next to his like 2 feet away from his head. Yeah. We're really keeping an eye on that.
Okay, so after a few snifters of brandy after your meal, and you talk about you spend a few hours talking about old times, reminiscing, till eventually Thomas has maybe had not used to drinking, socialising, and he's maybe had a few too many. And about 10:30, he excused himself, and you hear him sort of stumble up the stairs and into his bed. And checking in on him a little bit later is sound asleep before 11 o'clock.
So do we start reading the diary downstairs here, or do we go up to our guest rooms? Because we're reading that diary.
We should just read it down here, maybe, so we can listen for him coming.
Yeah, we're further away from him, I suppose.
Yeah.
And right, okay, so I will keep a watch around the house. I will slowly, quietly pace around the house, checking doors, checking windows. I will now and again step outside, do a lap outside, and I'll do the patrolling if you girls want to do the reading. That'll be the death of me. I've just killed myself, haven't I?
Okay, so yeah, like I say, it takes this journal spread over a few years. There isn't daily entries. It skips quite a bit of time in places. So it does take you like probably a couple of hours to read through. So meanwhile, Albert, you're wandering around. You keep checking on the house, doing a bit of a recce around the ground, the outside of the house. And while you're doing that, it's about probably coming up to about midnight, and you can make a spot hidden roll.
Round about midnight, great. That just seems ominous in itself.
Okay.
Oh no!
Which
Can I push it?
Which was yours? Oh, yours is 96. You can.
It's not
you
a
can
fumble.
push it if you want.
My stat's over 50. It's not a fumble, but I'm gonna push that roll.
Go. Did it? Okay, so
Just.
Like I say, you're walking while you're walking around the back of the house. You stop for a moment just to catch your breath and take in your surroundings, and looking back down across the garden as it runs towards the woods and the hills. You think you see something moving, something shift in the shadows.
Just watch intently, stop, freeze. Got my war eye on, like back in the trenches.
So you like stop and peer, like to try, cast a trained eye in that direction. And for a moment, there's nothing, and then you see these luminous yellow eyes staring back at you.
What? I thought it was going to be people coming to Robert's house. People like humans. What do you mean luminous yellow eyes? No, 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 no. Burgerless don't have luminous yellow eyes, Phil. What are you on about? And they're staring back at me.
Yeah.
I will.
And then they're gone.
I will back towards the house while not changing directions. I'm still looking in the same direction where they came from, and I will slowly back towards the closest door to the house and try to step in backwards.
Okay, yeah, that's the back door is just literally just a few feet behind you, probably.
And I will go and tell my friends, and I will lock all those locks.
Now we're using all the locks.
Those locks that I had open because I was going out to do laps. Those locks, I'm like, girls.
Okay. So meanwhile, before this happens, before Albert returns, you two are reading through this journal. So there's there's like a synopsis and then there's some entries. So it's a younger man. It's apparent that Douglas travelled the world, though he spent much of his time in London. In particular, Douglas seems to have indulged himself in the lively and sometimes risque nightlife of Soho. There is particular mention of two clubs, the Lobster Pot and the Clam House. It was in the Clam House that he met and became romantically involved with Martha Tully, a cabaret performer on the Soho circuit. It's clear that this point in his life is probably the happiest he's ever been. He speaks of feeling a blissful release and feelings of liberation, though for undisclosed reasons it seems this relationship was somewhat secretive. After several years, for reasons that remain unspoken, the relationship suddenly ended. Clearly heartbroken, Douglas ceased his visits to London, retreating to his home in Ravenscar, where he assumed a much more reclusive lifestyle. He took to wandering alone on the moors, along the cliff-top paths, and the dark woods behind his home. His new love was his books, particularly the type of fantastic fiction that had been the world of his childhood. Everywhere he went, he would take one of his beloved books, the only company he could now apparently bear. And so he continued for many years. Over time, his emotional wounds seemed to heal, and he started to take a more active part in society again. But he still clearly felt alone, an outsider. Then, about 5 years ago, something happened that he thought would never happen again. And this is the first of the entries that catch your eye. As has been my habit of late, I was reading To Those Interred About Me today from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea by Jules Verne, an excellent work. I was so engrossed that I had failed to notice the day's light faded, that I had an audience. Neither of us spoke for some time, our eyes transfixed. The hour was late when I finally returned home. It is as if a veil has been lifted for the first time since Martha. I can feel something again. And so apparently began a new friendship. Nightly liaisons continued, though not without conflict. Convention is the problem. No one will ever accept our friendship as something normal. Sometimes I want to just turn from these conflicting impulses, and then sometimes, well, these are the entries you've already read, sometimes all I can think is the smell of him. And then without warning, there is a gap of at least several weeks in the journal, and then one final entry around the date of Douglas's disappearance. Many times he has asked if I would leave this place and go with him. The promises of a life of amazing adventure, of sights, tastes, sensations beyond imagining. Tonight, I have finally made my decision. I shall go and be with him and our friends below. And as you flick through the pages, a photo falls out of the journal. Where is it? There it is. On the back of the photo, it says, "All my love, Martha."
He was married to Martha like Oscar Wilde was married to a woman, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. Martha probably found out something
A marriage of convenience.
and left.
Yeah. That would be a common thing in 1922, eh?
Oh yeah, she was
Poor Martha.
she was the cabaret performer. One of one of these clubs that were mentioned.
Man, do you guys think that Douglas is coming back and stealing his own books that he loves so much?
Well, it did sound like the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea was the first one that he had read that caught the attention of his friend, and
Buddy.
that's one of the ones that's missing.
Just interesting for somebody to get in and out of the house so easily. Like they know all the ways in and out.
Oh, Albert, are you back?
Yeah. So yeah, at this point,
I'm outside
Albert
while
was,
you're having these revelations. Like, I'm just trying to
Yeah,
stay
this-
quiet.
yeah, at this point, Albert comes in looking a little bit pale, perhaps.
Albert, are you okay?
Someone is watching the house. Something. There's something out there. It's watching the house. Joke. I can't do Yorkshire, man. Why can't I do Yorkshire? Yeah, there's something out there watching us, and he's shaking, and he's white, and he's sweating. Something is watching the house now.
I'll go upstairs and grab the
Yellow eyes, bright yellow eyes, like, I don't know, something.
and I'll hand the gun to Albert.
Is this the rifle?
Yeah.
Let's check if I've got any skill in it, first of all.
You were an infantryman, so
I
you
was
should.
an infantryman.
Yeah. You should have a decent rifle skill.
Where is it? Shoot. Oh no. Where is it on the character sheet? Oh, rifle handgun. 40. Rifle shotgun 40.
Ooh, mine's only 25.
Yep, better than me.
Yeah, should be if I was infantry.
I was a pilot, okay? Someone else did the shooting.
Where did you see the person?
So I'll explain, like, just like
Oh,
the
the
angle
dog.
from where I was, because I was just walking around the house and they were out like somewhere
Yeah.
down there out in the grounds. Was it in the
Yes.
grounds of the house?
No, so you were at the back of the house and you're looking down the garden. So the gardens are all the gardens of the houses are open. Although they're bordered by hedgerows separating each of the houses, all the houses are open to the woods at the back.
Right, so
So there's the hills, all these wooded hills on the
the
west
woods.
side.
From the direction of the woods then. Okay.
Yeah.
Something's watching us. I don't know if that's a person. I think it's an animal. There's something.
So you got. I haven't got a map of the area, but say, let's see. So that's the house there. You've got the hills, all these wooded hills at the back. The church is up there. The school's there. The centre of the village is over this way. Obviously, that's not to scale.
Mm-hmm. We've got houses with gardens that are hedged
Yeah.
off to each other, but then at the back it's just open to the woods.
Yeah. So there's a house on either side of Thomas's
Yeah,
house.
got you. From the woods, from the back of the house, something in the woods something's watching the house, and when it saw that I saw it left, it hid. Something's watching the house.
I mean, if it's an animal, it should stay out there. I don't know an animal that would have taken butts.
I don't know any animal with bright, luminous yellow eyes, though. It was the strangest sight.
Cat, depending on how they reflect.
Yeah, I guess they do, don't they? Yeah, they do, don't they? A cat's eyes do reflect bright yellow. Right, okay, so Phil,
You can make an idea roll at that point.
judging by distance how far away from me it was, and the distance between the eyes at that distance, how big is the thing's head?
You can make an idea roll.
Right, okay, fair. Come on, Albert. Oh my days, Albert's thick.
You can push it or spend luck if you want.
I'm gonna push luck. I'm gonna push it, yeah. Sorry, what's my intelligence? 65? I'm gonna push it. My chances are strong. Let's go. Famous last words.
So yeah, this thing, it must have been what, 8, 9 feet tall?
Oh no.
There's a monster in the woods. Or a bear. There's not been a bear in Britain, in the UK, since long before 1922, right?
Oh yeah, a long time, yeah.
They are native, but haven't been here since before then, eh?
No.
Owl maybe up in the tree.
Perhaps.
A number of things it could be.
Maybe my depth perception's all off, but it seemed like a huge thing, like a bear, like the size of a bear. There's not been bears in the British Isles for 100 years.
Well, and bears don't read books. I think we're fine.
That's what I was
here.
gonna say. Can't be a bear breaking in.
So who's the 9 foot tall person with the bright yellow eyes that's watching us that's breaking in then?
Right.
Put on a wee cup of tea for you.
I definitely need a wee cup of tea. I appreciate you so much, thank you. I'm shaking.
Just calm him down a little bit. Just calm down.
I'm trying to convince myself it was a cat and I got the depth perception wrong. It was much closer than I thought it was. Trying to convince myself. Getting into the brandy bottle, I'm back in the pantry, I'm pulling out the bottles,
Can I go up to the bathroom and see if Thomas maybe has any medicinal items?
Yeah, there are several a couple of bottles of sleeping pills.
Now they would be good in 1922. I wish I could get me some of them in real life.
Well, maybe grab one just to offer to Albert after having seen something that's scary.
Yeah.
him.
For
Nice.
sure.
Nice. So you're gonna knock out the guy that's got the skill with the rifle for the night. Appreciate that. It's your funeral.
I mean, you saw a
Well-
cat or an owl or something.
Or an 8-foot monster.
I think we're just all a little bit stressed out with the way our friend is, and maybe I'm just seeing things, and maybe I do just need a good night's sleep. Cassie, you're a nurse, you always know best for when it comes to my health.
Take 10 of these. I'm just kidding.
Best sleep ever.
I'll take the sleeping pill. I'll return to the guest room and get a night's sleep.
Okay. Does that go for everybody then?
Can I
It's,
go
it's-
peer out the window and see?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
did
the
the window
back
ever get
window.
like reinforced? He brought
Sorry?
stuff home.
No, we didn't do that yet. We're going to do that, start on that tomorrow, weren't we?
Yeah, so yeah, you look out. You can't see it. It's pitch black. I mean, it's pitch black outside. You know, there's no street lights. It's really dark.
There's nothing there.
No.
Go to bed.
Okay,
Thanks, Cassie.
So-
You're a good lass.
so you taking some sleeping pills, are you, Albert?
Oh, doctor's orders.
Okay, right. You
We're not
take
about to
some...
doctor.
So you take some sleeping pills. Probably within about half an hour, you're fast asleep, and the rest of you drop. You eventually succumb to sleep until you're woken. Apart from Albert, of course, who was fast on. You're woken by a loud noise, a gunshot. Glancing over at your watch, or maybe the clock on the bedside cabinet, it's about it's about 2 in the morning, just after 2 in the morning, and you hear a second shot ring out.
Shit.
I'm gonna run and grab the rifle that I gave to Albert.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm just going to run and look outside the door. Did it come from Thomas's room? Can we tell where it came from?
No, it came from
opening our
outside.
door? Oh, it came from outside. Okay, how about I look and see if Thomas is asleep in bed? Is he in bed?
He's not in there. The door to his room's open.
And now I'm gonna check to see if that gun is in that drawer.
The drawer is open and empty.
Okay. Thomas is outside
Come
shooting
on,
at
Aaron, I got the gun.
Let's go, Cassie. Thomas is outside.
Okay. So, going downstairs, you almost
the lock.
immediately notice the back door is wide open, and you can see Thomas stood outside in his dressing gown, his service revolver in his hands. He's like, and it's clearly, you can, even from this distance, you can see his hands are clearly trembling.
Thomas, we're coming out. Don't shoot us.
Right, he spins round with a gun in his hand, and almost like, oh,
Shit.
you startle me. And he turns back round, and starts like sort of just staring off into the woods.
The hell are you shooting at?
I thought I heard something. I heard somebody outside the house. I couldn't sleep. Came downstairs to get a drink, and I heard somebody. I'm sure I heard somebody.
You came down with your gun to get a drink?
Well, I often have it in my nightgown.
I mean, old habits die hard, I guess. But what was it? The burglars? Did they come back?
I don't know who it was. There was somebody stood out by the trees.
What they
I'm gonna
look like?
start walking towards the trees to see if there is like a body there.
Did you hit anything?
Ask him if it looked like a bear.
As though it was somebody. I'm sure they were heading away from the house, heading towards the trees. I'm sure of it.
Do I see anything at the tree line?
So you're taking a torch, something? You can probably get a torch from the house if you want. I mean, otherwise it's pitch black out there.
Yeah.
Okay. And is Erin doing anything?
I'm scared to leave Thomas alone.
He kind of like sits down, plonks himself down in one of the chairs in the kitchen, and just muttering to himself, "Guys, could have sworn I saw somebody."
I'm gonna ask him if he saw the eyes of a person.
The eyes? No, I just saw a figure. Sure, there's like silhouette of a figure heading away from the house.
This one?
Yes, this one.
Yes,
this one.
This one? Okay. I'm just gonna see if I can slowly just take the pistol, just kind of slide it towards me.
So as you reach for it, he kind of looks up at you and almost starts to pull his hand back, and then relaxes his grip on the pistol and lets you take it.
Okay.
So give me, Cassandra can give me a spot hidden as you heading down the garden towards the tree line, casting the beam of the the torch around.
I'm gonna spend 6 luck to make it a success, though.
Okay. Okay, so the ground out here in under the trees is hard and dry. It's been several weeks without any rain. But if you expand that, if you click on the little spider thing, there's loads of little buttons, and it says, one of them says spend 6 luck to make it a success. So you click on that. Oh, there you go.
Viva Foundry once again, eh?
So there's no sign of any tracks. The ground's too hard and dry, and you're about to turn around. We notice some spots of blood. on the floor. And a trail of these drops of blood leading off along what looks like a path running along the edge of the tree line.
I'm gonna take a mental note of the direction and go back in the house.
Okay, so looking, maybe like using the torch to like follow the line of this blood trail, it seems to head towards the back of one of Thomas's neighbours.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back in the house.
Okay.
It seems like whatever you shot at, you hit it. So in the morning, we can look like it was maybe going to a neighbor's yard, but we can maybe take a look and follow.
So there was somebody.
Something.
I mean, it looks like there was blood.
The police will have to
trailed off.
believe me now. If you saw it too.
I'll stay awake and take watch.
Yeah, let's see if we can
Albert's
get
asleep,
Thomas
so-
back to bed.
Okay. So maybe they pop him a couple of sleeping pills to calm him down, and that quickly gets him back to sleep, and he doesn't rouse again until the next, well into the next morning. So Cassandra, what are you doing? Are you staying up or?
Yep.
Okay, so you stay up and sort of wandering around the house, and it's while you're wandering around the house, you notice a draft blowing through the house, and you find the window in the study wide open.
I'm gonna latch it, and I'm gonna sit in the study.
Okay. Yeah. So you maybe because of what's happened, you like sat in the study, sat in the chair behind the desk, which faces the bookshelves, and you notice there's 2 more books missing from the shelves.
Can I start Rolodexing?
You can indeed. So yeah, you're a little bit more familiar with the filing system and stuff now. So it doesn't take you long at all. There are 2 more books missing. The Great God Pan by Arthur Machen, 1894, and Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, 1865.
Interesting.
I'm just gonna keep sitting there until the morning light.
Okay, so Albert shakes you awake the next morning. You felt where you've fallen asleep in the chair in the study.
Had a good night's sleep.
Ah! I almost shot you.
Oh, Cassie, what are you doing? What are you doing sleeping in here, lass?
I'm just a wee woman. Why are you jumping on my bones about it?
Oh my god, that's brilliant.
No, but I'll tell him about the window being open and 2 more books being missing.
Where's Thomas? Asleep.
Still asleep. We gave him some pills.
He ended up
they're good
shooting at
pills,
somebody
lass.
in the middle of the night,
You what?
and we saw blood droplets.
You what?
Yeah.
Did you find a dead bear?
I mean, it trailed off to a neighbor's house, so we were maybe going to track that today. If it was injured and still moving and it was a bear, I'm not going after it. I'm just a wee woman. Ain't going after no bear.
Oh my days. So whatever he's been shooting at his head. Oh right, okay. I can't believe I slept through the gunshots. These 1922 sleeping pills are good. Like.
Oh yeah, they'll have a bit of few
Way better
opiates,
than
a bit of
1921, baby.
so jealous of the drugs 100 years ago, man.
Okay, so while you sat there discussing what's happening, you hear a sharp, heavy, repetitive knock at the front door.
Oh,
Oh,
we have a visitor.
I'll go and answer that then. Take the initiative.
Okay, so sliding back all the bolts, removing the chain, turn the key and open the door. There's a police constable stood at the door, and he's about to say something, and the line stops him. Oh, I was expecting Mr. Douglas, not Mr. Douglas, sorry, Mr. Kimble.
One moment, officer. Come in. You're more than welcome. We're friends of Mr. Kimble.
Oh, yes, we heard Mr. Kimble had visitors. And who might you be?
We're friends from service. We served together in the war. I almost called it the Great War. They didn't call it the Great War then because they didn't think it was great. It's the war.
So as he's talking to you, he kind of like he doesn't really wait, and he kind of sort of just walks down through the hallway, looking left and right as he's going.
Are you hearing about the recent robberies that our friends had at his house, officer?
Robberies? No, I'm not here about the robberies. We've had reports there was a gunshot last night. Miss Ambrose and her sister next door, their dog has been shot.
That's awkward.
This is awkward, yes. I was sound asleep last night when there was gunshots. You're going to have to talk to my friends. Officer.
I'm here to talk to Mr. Kimble, to Thomas. Where is he?
I'm sure you are.
Right, he kind of looks at you. So where is he?
Well, he's here, isn't he?
Can you go and fetch him, please?
Of course, officer, and I will comply right away. I'm a good law-abiding citizen. Like, I'll go and get my friend. I hope he's not shot his neighbour's dog. Shit. My friend's not well.
I'm gonna
Officer.
walk out of the study hearing voices and put on a pot of tea. And can I search the medicine cabinet for eye drops or anything similar?
Oh,
Or sleeping pills to crush in there?
No, there's nothing like that.
Oh, that's stupid.
I just realised what you're doing.
Do we still have any of the moldy bread or anything?
Yeah.
Well, it's probably in the bins. Yeah, I mean it's been cleared away, but yeah, it's probably in the bins. Yeah.
Grab. In fact, I'll grab some of the rotted fruit and make a glass of rotted orange juice to offer to the constable.
Okay. Alright,
If you don't mind, I just owe you woman with a glass of OJ here for you.
So he sort of nods and says, "Thank you, miss. It's
Oh my
that's very
God.
kind of you." And he takes a sip and grimaces and being a gentleman, he doesn't say anything and kind of puts the glass down to one side. And I'm here to see Mr. Kimble. Do you know anything? There were reports of shots fired and the neighbour's dog has been killed.
No, can't say I do.
Mm-mm.
You never heard any shots fired, ma'am?
Not from our property, at the least.
Okay, so is Albert going and fetching Thomas?
I will go and fetch Thomas, yeah.
Okay, so Thomas appears looking really bleary-eyed.
Slowly, because Bruce got a plan. Slowly.
Yeah, looking bleary-eyed, accompanied by Albert. And the constable says, Mr. Kimble, we warned you about this. Said we told you if this happened again, we'd be confiscating confiscating those weapons, that rifle, and now your neighbour's dog, Harriet and Edith's dog, it's dead. And Thomas just like sort of sinks to the floor. It's like his hand in his hands. Says, I thought I saw somebody outside the house last night. It's a burglar. We've got no evidence of these burglaries that you keep telling us about, Mr. Kimble. There's no evidence at all. There's no sign of any break-in. The only thing that backs up your story of a burglary is these missing books.
Wait a minute, Constable. My friend's been robbed twice in the past 2 weeks. Are you telling us your police department doesn't care about our friend here? The man's in a paranoid, fragile state. He's accidentally shot a dog because his house has been robbed twice in the last 2 weeks, and you don't understand that.
And don't you think that speaks volumes to me, Mr. What's your name, sir?
Redfield. Albert.
Mr. Redfield. Mr. Kimble is clearly a troubled man.
Did you serve in the war? We're all troubled men. We're a troubled generation. Sir. We're a troubled nation. This man has got shell shock. I've no doubt. I've seen people suffering from the same thing. My own brother, sir. If you were robbed twice in a fortnight and somebody was in your garden,
there's been no robbery. We've looked into these reports about it. There's no evidence. There's no sign of a break-in. The only thing that suggests that leads any credence to there being a burglary is these books are missing. And quite frankly, I begin to wonder if Mr. Kimble isn't responsible for removing these books.
My friend isn't going to burgle himself, Constable. How does one burgle themselves, Constable? How does one steal one's own books?
One doesn't burgle oneself. One whose mind is perhaps not their own might be capable of a number of different things. But that's not why I'm here. As I say, we've looked into this. There's no evidence of any burglaries. I'm here to confiscate the firearms. And he confronts Thomas, and Thomas reluctantly hands over the revolver, and then he goes to the cloakroom and to retrieve the rifle. The rifle was right here in the cloakroom. And Thomas looks clearly sort of confused, and
I marked that down. He stole a rifle too.
Did he go? It's not just books they've been stealing. They've stolen the man's gun.
So I'll give you so the constable ignores you, and he says, "I'll give you until tomorrow to come up with the rifle, Mr. Kimble. You were warned about this. You're lucky that the Ambrose sisters aren't pressing any charges. Though I'm sure they'll be seeking compensation of some kind."
I'm going to pull a pillowcase over the cop's head. I'm joking.
And so yeah, with that, he takes a revolver, and he leaves the house. Thomas showing him out, and Thomas pretty much just this has just knocked him way back. He goes into the dining room, just collapses into one of the chairs, sobbing. He says, perhaps the constable's right. Perhaps it is me. Perhaps I'm losing my mind. I mean, where's the rifle gone? I could have sworn I'd left it in the cloakroom.
I think we should go and follow the blood trails. We should do our own investigation.
I'd like to see this dog.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe we'll go see the neighbours.
Okay. So leaving Thomas where he is, you leave the house. And do you want to go to approach the house from the front, or do you want to try and see if you can find the trail and follow it?
I want to see this blood.
Okay.
Now that it's
So
daylight, yeah.
yeah, so you find the trail quite easily. Obviously, the blood's dried, but you still pick up the trail and can follow it through along the path and through the grass. And like I say, it clearly leads into the neighbour's through the back of the neighbour's property.
Does it end in the neighbor's yard somewhere, or?
Yeah, near the back door.
And it just
You can see somebody's appears to have been scrubbing a blood stain, trying to scrub a blood stain out of the flagstones.
So it is like a dog has lived up to the door, bleeding actually. Shit.
As a nurse, would I know about how many liters of blood were shed?
Is it a lot? More than a dog?
Enough to kill a dog?
So it's quite a bit. Let's be quite a bit of blood. I mean, not a massive amount, but then again, it's being a nurse. It depends on where the shot landed.
But does it seem like it's more than a dog would probably have?
No, it's not. No, it's not an excessive amount. No.
We killed the dog.
Yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah, we didn't kill a dog. I was asleep anyway. If anyone, it was you guys.
Does it look like it's easy for the dog to like get into the back of Thomas?
Yeah. So so all the houses,
Fence or-
all the houses are open at the back to the woods.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be unusual for the neighbour's dog to be in his garden.
No.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Why do they have like a doggy door, or are they letting their dog out in
Dogs
2 in the
don't have
morning?
bright yellow eyes under the light like cats do they?
Yeah, we could ask them like what their dog looks like. Does he have yellow, luminous eyes?
Okay, so you can actually see two sort of ladies, sort of maybe in the 50s or 60s, potting around the house, and you can see they both keep seem to be consoling each other, dabbing their eyes with handkerchiefs.
Is there a dead dog on the table?
Well, you can't see. You can just, like I say, you see him moving through one of the windows.
Okay, is there any like fresh dirt in the garden, like they buried it already, or?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
Well, were you knocking on the door? Sorry, was that what you were doing? Okay.
Well, I think we're going to
Okay, right. So Cassandra, yeah. While you stood there, Cassandra just goes up and knocks on the door, and there's a pause, and then the door's opened by two elderly ladies who are clearly sisters, possibly twins, and yeah, their eyes are kind of swollen, bloodshot. They're clearly been crying, and there's a sniffle in the voice as the talk. Yes, what is it? What is it? Oh, young. Oh, what are you doing in our back garden?
That's a great question. We just happened to follow a blood trail, wanted to see if everything was all right.
It's Bertie. Bertie he's been shot.
I'm a nurse. Can I help?
So they look a little bit confused at first, and they show you the dog. It's laid on the kitchen table with a blanket over it, and it's this huge black wolfhound with and its eyes, it's like jaws kind of open, its tongue lolling out, and there's a like bullet hole. No, I'm not going to play that. In its sort of around its chest area, gone through its side. Clearly, what killed it, and it's got big bright yellow eyes.
Oh no. So he's just shot their dog.
Yeah, that's a dead dog.
Yep, he's just shot his neighbour's dog.
Dog is this?
We need to fix our friend's mental health before he
Yeah.
shoots anyone else.
Here he is. Poor
Oh,
Bertie.
you didn't show us the dog, man. That's just cruel.
Oh. Oh.
Oh. Poor Bertie. It's just a dog.
Right, and they're both kind of like, sort of holding on to the dog. Bertie. Oh, Bertie.
Why did they let such a big scary dog walk around people's gardens in the middle of the night, though, to be fair?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Bertie was a willful, naughty little dog. He's always getting out, always running around.
So it's not a big surprise that somebody accidentally shot him then.
Especially at 2 a.m.
Why would somebody try and shoot Bertie? What was somebody even doing with a gun? That horrible Mr. Kimble.
Mr. Kimball's not horrible. Mr. Kimball's
Mr. Kimble shot that dog. He shot Bertie. No, nothing like his uncle.
Mr. Kimball's accidentally shot your dog. Mr. Kimble thought his house was being robbed. Our friend's been robbed a couple of times in the past.
Bertie couldn't rob a house.
Bertie's the size of a man. When that dog stands up,
Yeah, so it would stand about maybe 4 feet at the shoulder.
Yeah.
our friend is shell shocked from the war, and he saw someone outside his house after having recently been robbed a couple of times.
We don't know that. That's why. Why do you think we've out the kindness of our heart that we haven't pressed any charges?
So he understands it's an accident, and we're sorry for our friend. Our friend's not in a good
That
way.
won't bring Bertie back, will it?
No, nothing will bring Bertie back, and we're very sorry for your loss, ladies. But please,
You can't do anything to bring Bertie back. I think you ought to leave.
Looking around before we leave, is there anything like odd about their house?
Weird, any vibes? We're
Voodoo
picking up.
dolls.
No, it looks a very sort of typical, like some middle-aged spinster's house.
just a couple of wee
Nothing.
women.
Yeah. We women who live on their own, our only company is their dog, Bertie.
Aye, a wee woman.
Rip Bertie, I'm sad now. Oh,
Bertie.
what has our friend done? I'm so sorry, ladies. We will be going. I'm so sorry to have bothered you.
Might I ask you how you're gonna be burying or
A service.
handling your dog? We would like to assist if we can.
If you need a hand digging a hole, yeah. If you need a strong shoulder to dig a hole.
I think you've done enough. I prefer if you left now.
Aye, let's go, girls. Let's.
Okay.
We've done all we can do here. I don't think we can
Bye,
help.
bye, bye.
Can you do like a psychology check on them?
You can, of course you can.
Oh,
Wow. So yeah, they are. Yeah, they're not hiding anything. They're
Okay.
genuinely deeply distraught by what's happened. This is There's nothing odd about it. They're
Now
just a
I'm
couple.
thinking-
Like I say, they're just a couple of old spinsters.
Now I'm thinking though that Birdie might have been our witness to whoever burgled in. Because wasn't that about the time that you were sitting in the office and the books were gone?
I cast speak with animals and
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Resurrect.
what I was
Sorry,
thinking.
speak with the dead.
He's not going to tell us, is he? He's not much of a witness, like. Yeah, so exactly. There's more books missing, so the house has been broken into again.
Yes, for the third time. Yeah.
The dog was the red herring. We just let him kill a dog. The dog just dies, just so a dog can die. Nice. Oh man. My friend's in a bad way. He's gonna get in trouble with the local law here. He's gonna get locked up in prison if he doesn't sort himself out.
Get a group.
Quick question.
Great question.
In the
Okay.
1920s, did people water their lawn or anything like that? Like, was there garden
You
hoses?
don't water your lawn in
Um,
England. It rains.
Not some. I mean, some people would have employed gardeners. And these houses are small, but they're quite a well-to-do neighbourhood. So it's possible it's possible some of them might have employed gardeners. Yeah.
Excuse me.
I was just thinking about how we could maybe make the ground softer or wet
Right.
for
Look for
tracks to
tracks.
pick up. Yeah. Maybe put some flour on the windowsills or something.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Wire traps to trip up.
We're going full Home Alone on the house. A brick that swings down. Nah, I like the idea of making the ground softer so we can find tracks.
Yeah.
Or some flour on the
That would
windows.
probably be hard. It's like I say, it's not rain. There's not been any real rainfall for like weeks. I mean, it's not like you've there's like hose pipes or anything like that. So
And
not impossible, but yeah, the logistics of that are probably quite.
well, since we didn't dust in the office, are there any like tracks or anything on the windows?
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, anything that
seems the
wasn't
reason
there
the floor
before,
might be
any
dusty.
fresh
Paw
ones.
prints or shoe prints?
If there's months of dust, a fresh fingerprint will be different from an old one.
Yeah, I feel like we would see some difference. Maybe we should go investigate in there.
Even to the naked eye, I think.
Okay,
Peace
so
out, ye women.
Oh,
so
Brew, it was a Scottish woman. No, it may have been a Scottish man, but it was a Scottish person that discovered fingerprinting.
Cool.
One of our many
Maybe it was
inventions and discoveries. That was another Scottish one. Fingerprinting.
So yeah, you can make some spottings then. You can make a spotting each while if you want to go and check around the. You want to just checking the studio, or checking the house in general, or
Probably the study, because the window was
Um,
open in there, yeah?
yeah, it was,
any,
yeah,
like, area outside of the window.
yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, that hurts.
oh.
Ugh.
Okay, so yeah, looking around, there's no sign. I mean, there's marks in the dust where the books were sort of removed from the shelf. Where it's drag marks where they were slid out. There's no signs of any handprints or anything like that. There's maybe detect like maybe a muddy mark on the window ledge. Maybe there's it could possibly be a footprint, possibly, but it's kind of smudged. So the odd thing is, if it is, it's only going out, not in.
Interesting.
And Albert, you checking around just outside the window of the study. The flower bed is trampled down just below this window as well.
Oh, okay, so somebody has been out or near this window. But we don't think in the window, we think only went out it.
It looks like it.
I look at Cassie because she's bought something as well. What's going on here? Like, it's like somebody's broken or somebody's left the building from the window, but there's no sign of somebody coming in.
Fix the damn windows.
But that's what we were going to do today, but then somebody shot a dog. Now we've got this whole situation.
They didn't want our help.
Should we check Thomas's hands and feet, shoes, perhaps, maybe? Would they be muddy? Or have dirt on them?
We could also check, like, in his cloakroom he's going to have another set of shoes or two, and we could check the footprints against the size, at least.
Can I just go out in the garden and start checking for any, like, books he might have chucked somewhere?
Anything fell on the way?
Okay, so yeah, none of his shoes are dirty. There's no dirt on them or anything like that. But then again, think about it, you wouldn't really expect it to, because there's no way around here where the ground's like, you know, sort of dry, baked hard.
So if everything's dry, why do we have mud?
And there's no, you can't make, like I said, there's not a discernible footprint or anything. It's kind of like a smear, as if, you know, possibly left by somebody's foot or.
And there's no, like, Alice in Wonderland and, like, the neighbor's hedge or something?
No, there's no. You don't find any signs of any books stuffed under a hedge or buried in the garden or.
Do you think we need to just, like, watch the house for another day and watch for them coming in? Like, maybe be on the outside watching this window tomorrow night? I can't think of any other plan, like. I don't know what's going on.
Fix the window.
We can do that.
Fix the damn window.
Yeah, what time of day is it? It's not late in the day. We can start fixing
No,
windows
it's
today.
it's still early. It's maybe about 11 o'clock.
Right, Thomas. Make yourself useful.
So Thomas, it's hard to rouse Thomas. This incident seems to have, like, really knocked him down.
Right. Grab a hammer and a saw and just start working myself then. I will start fixing the windows.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Not too hard a job. So I don't know. Give us not mechanical repair. What would it be? What would we have? I don't know. Mechanical repair's closest. Gives a mechanical repair roll.
Alright. That's a 10%.
Oh, is it? Maybe not.
Mine says it's 75.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you should
You're
be
an
fixing the
aircraft
windows.
mechanic.
I know. Let me fix the window. Let me take over.
I'll go back to the kitchen and start making cups of tea.
I didn't do a very good job either. I guess it
You
succeeded. Yeah.
succeeded.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you maybe with a bit of help, you spend the next hour repairing the windows.
Especially the one that somebody's been moving out of.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
all the others seem going around the house. All the others seem fine. There's just it's this one.
Just that one in the office.
Yeah, just this one in the study. Yeah. That seem. All the others seem perfectly secure.
Okay.
If we're still here tonight, we're setting up a watch on that window from the outside.
Apparently, I'm an insomniac, so I've got no problem watching that window.
The
I'll be
constable said we had until the end of the day to turn over the rifle.
Yep. So, who had his rifle?
Well, let's talk it through. What are the repercussions?
What's gonna happen if we just say we can't find them? It must have been stolen too.
We can't.
And if
They
he-
can't prove. Yeah, but
Yeah, he can't prove it. Just the way he can't prove that Thomas has been burgled, right? We can use his own
Yeah, it's more a case of not prove they don't believe he has been burgled because they've found no evidence. There's no sign of a break-in or anything like that.
If they think we're hiding a gun from them, we're handcuffed and go down to a station. Game over.
But that would be tomorrow.
Just tomorrow problems, yeah.
Because tonight, if we need it and we don't have it.
Yeah, then we'll have something.
Exactly. If the constable shows up tomorrow and you can go, here you go, constable, here's your gun, then problem solved. So yeah, hang on to it for tonight.
For sure.
So later that day, Thomas excuses himself and says he's going out for a walk, get some fresh air, try and clear his head. Maybe he'll take a trip to Whitby or something.
Okay.
Do we think that's a good idea?
Well, that's I don't know. Do you think that's a good idea? He says he just needs to get away from the house for a while. So he grabs a coat, hat, hands you the keys to the house, and goes on his way, heads into town.
I don't know what else we could explore in the house while he's gone.
26.
We can burn paintings. We can burn the house. We could just set all the books out in the backyard so there's no need to even enter the home to burgle.
Did we ever, check Douglas's room? I only went to Thomas's.
Isn't it the same as Thomas's?
Yes, you don't know which of the rooms was Douglas's room. So there's 4 bedrooms upstairs. There's one that Thomas is using, and then the 3 guest rooms which were practically empty. There was just a bed and a mattress in that he'd made up for each of you.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That probably was his room.
I mean, we could check floorboards and stuff and see.
Yeah. He did have a hidden drawer in his desk downstairs, so.
Okay.
So what are you doing?
Sorry, does the floor print of the home seem like there would be any kind of void or mystery rooms, if that makes sense?
Okay, so maybe you spend a few hours going meticulously going round the house, checking the even getting a tape measure out and measuring the rooms, looking for anything odd, anything out of the ordinary, anything maybe loose floorboard. There's nothing, absolutely nothing.
We could maybe go to the school teacher who borrowed the book to see if she might have any idea of what these books were on the Rolodex.
I would be so happy to either call her or go visit her to see why specifically that book. Just the Jules Verne is just bothering me. That it wasn't stolen and that she took it.
Wasn't stolen when they were in the house. It was there because she's only just taken it yesterday. So it was there when they robbed a whole bunch of other Jules Verne books.
Twice.
And they didn't take
Twice
it.
it was there.
Yeah, and they didn't take it. So it is weird. Maybe we do go and speak to her.
Yeah.
To the school.
To the school.
To go to school. Okay. So you.
It's Cassie holding her gun when she goes.
She's still hiding that thing.
Oh
yeah. Walks down the street. Hey, constable, don't know where that gun
went. So yeah, you head back down away from the house towards town, and get directions from some of the locals, and you quite easily find the schoolhouse. Is a single roomed building, Like I say, it's only small. It's only a small place. It's just down the road from the church. So the church that sits up on the hill. And there's only one teacher. So during like a break, probably it's probably about lunchtime. You accost teacher, Mrs. I've forgotten her name again.
Mrs. Weewoman.
Mrs. Elizabeth Montford. Right, she smiles at us and says, "Oh, well, you Thomas's friends, Mr. Kimble's friends."
Yes, we are. It's good to see you again, Mrs. Mumford.
Is Mr. Kimble all right? I heard there'd been an incident at his house.
Yeah, we're not sure that he is, lass. He's having a little trouble at that home. He's got a little fear about the security of his home, and he's
Oh yes, we'd heard. People said they claimed they'd been burgled. Apparently the police constable said there's nothing to it.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody knows, but those sisters didn't know.
Which is strange because some books are missing from his uncle's collection, which is very interesting. I'm wondering about you and your relationship with his uncle before your relationship with Thomas. Did you borrow books from Uncle Dougie before you were friends with Thomas?
Oh well, we spoke quite a lot as we had shared interest in books. He often came to the library, and sometimes I'd go like join him when he was out. He used to walk a lot, reading. And sometimes I'd join him on his cliffside walks or walking through the woods, and we'd go reading books. But he donated quite a few books to the library as well on several occasions.
Was he a good man, Mr. Douglas?
Oh.
Mr. Douglas, was he an honourable?
He was a fine, upstanding gentleman. Very, very kind, very generous. A little sad, perhaps sometimes. Although his mood did seem to. He was a very solitary gentleman. I mean, like I say, on occasion I used to join him on his walks, and we'd sit and talk about literary matters.
Art. Ever?
No, books. No, never art. Just
He
books.
never discussed art with you?
No,
That's
I
interesting.
can't say. Well, other than the art of literature.
Okay.
But I presume you mean painting? No.
It was perhaps with another interest of his. It's not something he discussed with you ever.
But yes, he seemed a lot happy before he left.
Where did he go? You don't know? No one knows?
I don't know. I know people. There was all sorts of rumours. Some people think he used to travel a lot. From what I understand, some people think he just went off on his travels, and maybe something happened.
I mean,
all again. I know from what people say, he's been officially listed as dead, missing.
Yeah, I mean, you were his friend. You knew him. He's not dead. He's way to live with his secret lover in happiness without anybody bothering them.
Yeah, I'm curious what her opinion is on the paintings, because she's obviously been in his library.
Oh yeah.
Did we ask her opinion on that?
Well,
I was never allowed. No, I was never allowed in the study.
Oh.
Okay.
Psychology check. Did
Yeah.
you tell him
Make a
to-
psychology check. Go ahead.
Suck butt. I don't know anything.
Can I do it too or no?
Yeah, cause anybody that's talking to can do a psychology
Yeah,
check.
I'm gonna do it also.
Boom! Yeah, she's most definitely telling the truth. There is not a word of a
Dang it.
lie has passed her lips.
You roll a 1. My god.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, geez.
Do you happen to recognize what any of these books could be? And I'll show her that Rolodex card of
Yeah.
the.
Are they significant to him?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's,
Since you were a connoisseur of the literature arts.
I'm sure. I'm sure we could find it. Wouldn't be too hard to find out. This is if we and she if we just if you have a moment, we can just nip across to the library. I've got an hour.
I think we do too.
We do too.
Okay. So you walk back towards back to this, the village green, the old village green, where the town hall where it houses the parish council and the library. So she so you enter the building, go up to the library. It's up on the top floor of the building, and she exchanges pleasantries with the librarian. And it turns out that Elizabeth also works here part time on occasion as a librarian.
I knew it.
So she takes this entry from the Rolodex and starts going through the library's filing system. And yeah, she's obviously quite proficient, and it takes her maybe 15-20 minutes, and she comes up with a list of books. This seems to match.
Okay.
Yeah. So there is The Monk by Matthew Lewis, 1796. And the synopsis on the the filing system, the synopses of the books. So this one is the lead character falls in love with young novice Rosario, and though Rosario is later revealed to be a woman named Matilda, it has a clear gay subtext to the book. Then you have Sheridan LaFanu's novella Camilla, which is notable as it was the first lesbian vampire story. Then you
Starting to see a theme.
Then you have A Year in Arcadia, Kalenian 1805 by Augustus, Duke of Saxe-Gotha-Altenburg, and it is notable for being the earliest known novel that centers on an explicitly male love affair. Set in ancient Greece, the German novel features several couples, including two gay men falling in love, overcoming obstacles, and living happily ever after. Then the fourth one is Joseph and His Friend, A Story of Pennsylvania, from 1870 by Bayard Taylor, which is the story of a newly engaged young man who finds himself instead falling in love with another man. And the last one is The Sins of the Cities of the Plain from 1881 by an anonymous author, which is notable for being one of the earliest pieces of English language pornography to explicitly and near exclusively concern gay men. The Sins of the Cities of the Plain is about male prostitution and set in London about the time of the Cleveland Street scandal and the Oscar Wilde trials.
Yeah.
So the lesbian vampire one is a little bit of the wrench and everything, but everything else kind of lines up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it becomes...
Yes,
Okay.
well, the lesbian thing is the same theme. It's books about homosexuality, the earliest books on the subject. So these are hot topic in 100 years ago, I guess. That's why they're stolen. Has he got like the only copies of these or something?
No. So the Elizabeth tells you they don't own copies of these in the library. It's on, she's got it on the filing system, but they don't actually have them. While they're not illegal, they certainly are controversial. It would explain why Douglas kept them hidden.
Yeah, absolutely. And it would explain why somebody would steal them as well. I expect they're very rare.
Yeah. So she tells you that as far as she knows, they're not particularly, despite that, they're not particularly valuable.
The
Not
topic
in a
is valuable.
yeah, not in a monetary sense, at least, anyway.
Is she making any faces or anything when she's reading off these books?
No, she doesn't. She doesn't appear to be, any sort of signs of any being judgmental or anything like that. Quite academic.
Oh my god, a man and then faints.
Yeah, it is 1920 too.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, no, she seems. She seems
Douglas.
quite sort of, distant
Do we
from it.
think
Academically
the wee
distant.
women are a thing?
Sorry.
The wee women next door, the elderly spinsters?
They're
So
sisters,
they're
right?
sisters. Yeah, they're clearly they're clearly sisters.
Okay,
Oh,
clearly.
okay.
Possibly
They look
two-
like they
I
could be
mean,
twins.
Yeah. Yeah, they look most definitely twins. So she says, "Is this any help to you?"
It's a great deal of help, thank you.
One bit.
Nah, we understand. I mean, it makes sense with his art collection. We understand why his book collection's so special, so unique.
As I, yes, these were among Douglas's books. Yes, as I say, Douglas was a fine man, but alone, definitely alone. He always preferred his own company most of the time. He often, like I say, see him about it, walking along the clifftop paths, where sometimes we would sit and read together or discuss literary works. But anyways, you see him reading in the strangest of places. Always with a book.
Could we check the clifftop paths
Yeah. Yeah.
while we still have our rifle?
I'm not even bending my leg. The rifle is in the leg of my trousers.
Talking like that.
It's limp. It's fine.
Says, well, if you'll excuse me, I should get back to school before lessons start again. If you're interested in Douglas Kimble, he did have a bit of a friendship with the graveyard keeper, caretaker of the graveyard. They were quite friendly with each other.
Why does that not surprise me?
Maybe that's what he meant with down under.
Down there. Well, the thing is, it started to make sense when you sort of all I can think about is the smell of him, right? This is his lover, okay, fine. But then he's like, I'm going down there with them. That's
Who's them?
That's no his lover, that's something else. That's what's going on there, man? I've got this thing in my head where he's fell in love with a demon by accident. He thinks he's in this forbidden relationship and he's keeping it secret because it's 1922 and it's a homosexual relationship, but he doesn't realise he's accidentally fallen in love with a demon. I've got this demon in my head that's tricked this person into falling in love with him. I might be totally miles off, but I'm going down there with him, it sounds like, I don't know, some devil's,
I don't know,
some
man.
devil's trick
Gravekeepers can smell pretty good from time to time.
Am I totally thinking absolutely wild like that? I don't know. I feel like he's been tricked by the devil, A devil, not the devil. A demon.
Cliffside Paths?
Yeah, let's check it out.
Yeah.
The Gravekeeper? Are they relatively close? Would we happen to know?
So the graveyard, the church is quite close to the house. The cliffside paths are kind of out of Ravenscar. They're sort of on the cliffs, so they're maybe about a mile east of the village.
Should we go and see
Town.
our
Get
friend
the
first?
gravekeeper first.
Yeah.
The other way, probably.
Okay. Radio. So yeah, if you head back away from back towards the school and the general direction of Thomas's house, and then take a turn up a road that leads up the hill, winding past this overgrown, ancient-looking graveyard into the and where the church sits on the top of the hill, overlooking the entire town.
Doesn't seem ominous at all. Seems really friendly.
I'm gonna knock on some door and say, "We're here to see a man about a dog."
Okay, you can make a luck roll if you like.
Can't believe you went there.
I'm sorry, you said luck?
Luck.
Uh-oh.
Can you spend luck?
You can't spend luck on luck. No.
Hey.
Okay, so you bang on the door of the church, but there doesn't appear to be anybody here. You can see, so the churchyard spreads out around, sort of radiates around the church. The older you can see is the further down the hill from the church, the older the graveyard gets, and the more overgrown it becomes. And you can see through the graveyard runs all the way to the edge of the woodland, the hills, and in the distance, a short way beyond that, you can see gaps in the trees, and you can see Thomas's house and his neighbours' houses.
Ah, see, right, okay. Straight from the graveyard through that forest to his house has visual sight. Okay, of course it does.
We don't see anyone obviously out in the graveyard.
Well, it's not from here, but the graveyard's quite extensive, so you could.
Is
you
there
could
a little
walk around.
gravekeeper's cottage? 'Cause I know
There
there's
is.
no
There is
church.
like a
Is there a gravekeeper's cottage, like an actual house?
There is indeed, yeah, like a groundskeeper's cottage, yeah.
That's where we need to go, folks.
All right. I'm in.
Okay, so you head away from the church.
I had a friend
down.
in high school who lived in the cemetery in the gravekeeper's cottage, and he hated it, but his nickname in high school was Keeper. And he hated it. I just thought of that. I've never thought about that in 20 years, man. That's hilarious.
So yeah, you head away from the church into the graveyard proper, and it's clear this cemetery, the graveyard here, has been here for centuries. The area of the cemetery where the past few generations of the people of Ravenscar were interred is quite well tended. And the more, like I say, the further you head away from the church, the more ancient the parts of the cemetery, and they're less well cared for. The vegetation is abundant with lots of tall bushes and ancient trees filling the spaces between the gravestones and tombs. You can, so as you're heading down through this way, looking heading towards the groundskeeper's cottage, you can make a spot hidden roll.
Okay. Oh.
Okay. Wow. Cassandra probably. Well, actually, it's will time what Albert spot. So, Albert, you notice that.
Wow.
Several of as you head down through the older parts of the graveyard, towards towards a cottage, or it might even be just like a maintenance shed as you're getting closer. It's not entirely sure. But you notice that several of the graves in this older part, the ground has clearly been disturbed quite recently.
Well, several bits or one bit.
Several. You pass several graves where the ground looks like it's been disturbed recently. And Cassandra, you fail to notice this, and your foot goes in. You trip and fall in one of the or across one of the graves.
Oh no!
Perhaps twisting your ankle a little bit, causing you to limp and let out a pain shriek. And as you do so, you notice somebody a little bit further away looks up and says, "Is everything all right there?"
Just sprained me ankle.
Help, lad. Hello there.
Oh,
Oh,
he comes over. You all right, lass?
Doesn't look like I'm alright.
Should you should be careful down here. There's lots of like subsidence in the these are around these old graves.
These old graves don't look old. These graves are new. Points at the fresh dirt.
Oh no, these aren't new graves. It's just they've just been doing like tending them, clearing the weeds.
Psychology check.
You can make a psychology check. Yeah.
I'm looking at the graves where the dirt isn't disturbed. Do they have weeds
Oh, wow.
on them?
Yeah, he's lying.
go, Cassie.
Oh, nice roll.
You liar! No, I won't actually say that, but I will tell my friends he's lying subtly.
The graves that aren't disturbed, do they have weeds on, or are they well kept? Is this guy can I tell that he's lying?
Yeah.
So it looks. Yeah, so they're not well tended at all. I mean, he's working down here, so he's clearing some of it, but it's generally it's a lot of it's overgrown.
Can I peer over as to what he was currently working on?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It's so he's doing that. He's clearing away, cutting away some of the worst undergrowth and things. So he's clearing this area or around the graves at least. What brings you down? Not many people come out around here down the old part of the cemetery.
How can we see you, my friend?
See me? What? And who might you be?
We're a friend of a friend. We're mutual friends. We come to talk to you about our friend, Thomas. Mr. Kimble.
Thomas. The young man that lives in Douglas's old house.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I know of him, but I don't know him. Seems a nice chap. Quiet, maybe a bit timid, but can't say I've ever spoken to him.
You know his uncle, though. You're good friends with his uncle.
Yeah, I used to know his uncle. We used to speak. We used to talk a lot. He used to tell me about his travels. He used to travel all over the world. Interesting man he was.
Thailand, Singapore,
all over the place.
That kind of place,
all everywhere. The stories he used to tell were amazing.
If I take in a deep breath, does anything smell good?
He doesn't smell good now. But that might just be from the smell of a hard-working man.
Maybe that's a good smell to Douglas. I don't know.
Okay, I just want to grab him by the throat and say, "Do you eat corpses, you prick?" But we can't, eh?
So what can I do for you? What is it you want?
Where did Thomas go? Sorry. Where did Douglas go? Our friend Douglas, where did he go?
I don't know. He just up and disappeared. Nobody seems to know where he went. I know he's by all accounts, he's been, filed as missing, presumed dead,
Yeah, and
from what I hear.
I'll look at the graveyard and I'll go, and is he down there?
What? Down where?
Down there?
Down there?
Down
Well,
there?
he used to read down there.
What?
He used to read down there. That's how I came to meet. That's how I came to meet him. He used to read at down the bottom far end of the graveyard. He used to follow. He used to take the old one of the old forest paths from his house to the graveyard, and he used to sit at the bottom of the graveyard reading.
Oh, down there?
Yeah, down there. Yeah, I'll show you if you want.
There's a light bulb above Albert's head.
Yeah.
Cassandra and Erin both see
Yeah,
it.
ding, ding.
Down there is. Right, okay. Thanks so much for your time.
If you wouldn't mind showing us, I'll catch up with you. I'm just gonna give my ankle a bit of rest real quick.
That's,
Okay.
I've got this picture of him here. There he is.
He looks miles younger than Douglas.
A little bit.
Oh, he is. Yeah, much younger. Yeah.
But what have we learned about Douglas tonight?
Okay.
As he kind of shows you guys, before I catch up, can I maybe dig away at some of the fresh turned grave dirt to see
What he just buried?
Are you going
Yeah.
grave digging? Oh.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, it might take you a while. I mean, if you want to keep dig till you find something. Right. Okay. So meanwhile, you two going
Going to see
let him
what's
do.
down there, aye.
On there.
So yeah, he introduced himself as James Bagnall as you're walking down. He says, "Yeah, me and Mr. Kimble used to get on quite well. I say, he was always full of so many interesting stories. And yeah, so it leads you down to this really heavily overgrown part of the graveyards. They're like these ancient gravestones and tombs and mausoleums that are sagging and sinking into it. Some of them sinking into the ground. There's like start at odd angles. Some of them like sort of surrounded by rotting, rusting iron fences. And he stops and points at a lopsided tombstone. The inscription long since faded. It's only maybe about 10, 20 feet from a partially tumbled dry stone wall that marks the lower boundary of the cemetery, and you can see a path, a clearly well-worn path that runs through a gap in the wall and towards the woods, and probably in the general direction of the Kimble House. So this gravestone here used to his favourite spot, probably more so than anywhere else. I know he used to walk through the woods and along the cliff paths sometimes, but more often than not, you'd find him here.
Thank you. But I'll stay
You're welcome.
silent. I'll stay silent, hoping he walks off and leaves me in there in peace.
He kind of stands there for a bit, and then when he realises he's not wanted anymore, he says, "Well, good day to you." And he tips his cap at you and walks off. You can both make a spot hidden roll as he walks off. So you're digging along. So the ground is quite loose, and it takes a bit of effort. Maybe you find a little bit of a stone to help you dig away. You kind of have to duck down as you notice the groundskeeper coming back, but he heads off. You duck down and he heads off over to the other side. And eventually come maybe about, surprisingly not as deep as you expect. You come to the stone that you're using to dig away grinds against some hard surface, some wood, and you quickly uncover lid of a coffin, and you can see that the coffin lid has been recently forced open. There's even signs of what look like maybe a crowbar or something like that along the lid.
Hey.
And did you make your spot hidden?
I did. I got a success.
Would you like me to make one?
To what end? What do you want to speak?
Don't look at mine.
And this is for me and Erin down at the farm.
Yeah. It's down there. Yeah. So as Mr. Bagnall is walking away, you notice a half-empty bottle of whiskey sort of swinging, sort of just poking out of his jacket pocket.
Alright, so he's a drunk, okay. You would be in 1922 in England as well, like.
So it's which maybe, but it's one thing that does catch your attention about it is it's quite an expensive looking bottle of whiskey.
Oh, okay.
Oh, pricey.
We know it's not a well-paid career, a grave digger. Right?
Oh yeah, of course not.
Not unless you're pairing it with grave robbing.
Yeah. But we're not with you. We've not seen this yet.
Yeah, can I maybe pry open the casket though and just to see?
Yes, you can. You can.
Hopefully it's still like loose.
Yeah, so it's not fastened down. So you have to move aside some more of the dirt till you can get enough leverage underneath it to move the lid across, and it's empty. But not only is it empty, towards the bottom, the like head where the head of the casket would be it's smashed in on the underneath.
Oh.
But not from but not like pushed out. It's like smashed upwards. The like boards of the coffin are like bent upwards.
That doesn't sound good.
I'm gonna start uncovering another one to see if it's the same.
So there's an empty coffin and a hole burst up underneath it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You can see. In fact, you can see there's a hole. Probably about there's this hole. This like smashed up hole. It's probably quite most of the upper part of the coffin, so you can clearly see a hole underneath it, going down into the ground.
Under there.
So there's still a hole.
Yes.
There's a hole going down.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So the bottom of the coffin has been smashed open from underneath, and through the hole smashed in the coffin, you can see there's a hole going down into the ground.
Somebody's grave robbing from underneath, like bursted in, like yeet, taking that.
Yeah, I'm gonna uncover another one just to see if it's the same.
Fuck is doing that?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna like put this back to how it was, or just leave it?
Leave that shit.
Okay. So
Leave that
your
there.
clothes and your hands are just like caked with dirt now as well. Something else that strikes you is the ground here is unlike everywhere else. The ground here in this graveyard, particularly this older part of the graveyard, is still quite moist and damp and not muddy, but yeah, your clothes are certainly covered in like dirt, like moist dirt. So what is Erin and Albert doing?
So, Erin, is this down here? When he's talking about down here, I mean, we're halfway between the church and his house now, aren't we? We can see that it goes from here to his house.
Okay. I think we should definitely. We're still like kind of in it, right? Should we just keep going? I don't know.
Is this one of the most ancient graves in the...
Yes, this is the oldest part. This is clearly the oldest part of the graveyard. So you're right at the bottom edge of the graveyard.
There's no fresh dirt on this grave, on the nearest grave.
No. So yeah, this is it's quite overgrown around it. So you can make another spot in U2 as well. By the way.
Okay. I was gonna say, can we look around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Pass.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Okay, so the ground. So like I say, it's really over. This lower part, this really old part, is more overgrown than anywhere else in the cemetery. Like I say, the further away you get, the less well kept it is. But around this gravestone that Mr. Bagnall, the groundskeeper, said was Douglas's favourite reading spot, the ground's all trampled down, as if somebody passes around here. Passes around here regular, and there's strange marks in the ground.
Like dig marks.
Like what?
So I've lost my spot now. Oh, there we go. Oh, like hoof marks.
Like horses' feet.
Cool.
Yeah, but
Two
maybe not
hooves
that
or
big.
four?
It's hard to tell. So there's like lots of
Okay.
that's been done over a period of time.
Actually, quick question. Not like definitely you would tell if they were like shoed horses' feet because they were horseshoe prints. They're not those.
There's no horseshoe prints, no.
They're
And they're smaller. They're smaller than It's not like a full-grown horse or anything like that. But yeah, there's no horseshoes.
Like a goat.
Yeah, maybe.
Like the devil. It's got fucking goat feet. I knew it was the devil. This guy. I knew it. I called it. This guy's lover is the devil.
Seems like it.
I'm digging this. I want it out of the. Right. I want to
So
start
this
scratching around in the dirt on this grave.
So this ground. So this is just like an old tombstone that's like even
Where
like I
they
say,
came and met.
yeah. So it's the ground's like rock hard round here. But you do notice these like hoof prints. They're like concentrated around this tombstone, but they seem to lead off and come back and forth from somewhere else.
Oh, okay. So I'm
Way
following
beyond.
them then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, you can click. You can once you know what you're looking for, you can easily follow them. They like meander around some of the old tombstones, and it's like almost like an animal trail through the moors that you're probably familiar with, walking on the moors. And it stops outside a lopsided, partially sunken mausoleum, the iron gate of which is like hanging off one of its hinges, and there's a heavy stone door, the seal of which looks like it's been broken.
Can we open the door?
You can try.
Oh, let's try to open it.
Yeah.
So
Between the two of us.
Meanwhile, so you're going, yes. Okay. So you find another one of these graves where the earth looks like it's been recently disturbed. I start digging away, and again you come to a grave a coffin that's strangely not very deep. And again, the lid looks like it's been forced open. It's the splinters, it's clear splinter marks and signs of being forced open with a crowbar or something similar. As you leave it open and force the lid aside, you find a desiccated or almost skeletal remains of an old woman. But the head, or what's left of the head, mainly just a skull, looks like being violently pulled to one side, and it's like dislocated from the rest of the body. It's kind of just laid to one side, and some are like a couple of the fingers are being finger bones being broken off and just laid to one side.
Oh.
And is there a hole?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna hobble my way down.
Okay, so as you turn round, you turn around and say, "What are you doing there, miss?"
What are you doing?
Right, kind of. You turn around. There's the groundskeeper looking at you. What are you doing, digging up graves? That's illegal, miss.
You would know.
All right. Tell me why these ones are different.
Says,
Why are you out here digging up graves?
oh, you can make an intimidate roll, I think.
I mean, we are, experienced. A little.
We got a 15 here. We got a
Oh.
So I don't think you got enough luck to know. So you can push it if you want.
You can't spend luck on a push, can you?
No.
No.
Once it's pushed, it's pushed.
All right, we'll try
Oh,
it.
geez.
Come on.
Oh!
Okay.
You got a badass wee woman, right?
Woo!
Right, he kind of like his face drops. So you can't tell anybody, miss. I'm desperate. This job pays shit.
Fair enough.
Those people, they don't need. I'm going backwards, America. These people, they don't need these things. They're dead. The families didn't take them. Why shouldn't I take them?
Assume grave robbing for their rings and their jewellery and stuff, yeah? Not their body parts like in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
So he stuffs his hand into his pocket, and as he does, this bottle of whiskey like falls out onto the floor, and he pulls out his hand and he holds out these kind of grimy looking gold rings. Yeah, take them.
I don't want to pick up your whiskey too. That's expensive.
He kind of looks at it and like picks it up and goes, "So what do you want?"
What's up with this one? Why is there a hole in it?
Yeah.
All right, so you presumably show him, and he looks, and he looks really puzzled, and I don't know. It's maybe rats or something.
So you're saying you don't see this often in your
I want
grave
Line
robbing?
of work.
I want to have a look at the hole. How can I drop a? Can I
You're
light a
not
match?
there. You're not there. You're not there.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, we're not there.
Shit. Yeah, it's just her and him, isn't it?
So that I don't know. I don't take bodies. I take the jewelry, the things I can sell.
Right, but you don't see holes in the ones that you rob from?
No,
Who is buried in this one?
I don't know. These half the names are missing from the graves. You can see it yourself, and he points to the gravestone's that old and faded. There's no names. Nobody would know who were buried here. And there's certainly nobody visiting these graves.
Hmm.
So what do you want, miss? Well, What are you going to do?
We're gonna be poking around, and you're gonna let us.
You're not going to say anything?
So long as you let us.
Because if that's what you want to do, miss, that's fine by me. Because I've got your word, yeah.
Yeah. Go on now.
Okay, you can make a persuade roll. See if you can convince him that you're
That's even worse.
that you're being genuine.
Come on, you could do it. Oh, you can't do it.
What's the consequence if I push this right now?
If you push it and you fail, it will be like a fumble, so something bad will happen. But so currently he's not going to believe what you're telling him.
Hey, listen, we're in a graveyard. You could just whack him round the head with a spade. We can get rid of him in 30 minutes. Like,
So do you want to push it? I'm not sure you got to spend enough luck. Have you got? Oh no, you've not got enough luck to spend on it anyway. It's a push or nothing.
don't push that. How lucky are you feeling?
Not that lucky. Can I give him some money to help persuade him?
It might improve your chances. What you're gonna give him?
I have a spending level of $10.
So that probably means you've got about £5 on you.
I'll give him what I have. It's
You're
probably
gonna give
better
him
than what he sees.
£5.
£5 British.
I will let you have a bonus dice there. I will let you have a bonus dice on your push.
Do I just roll it again with a bonus, or should I hit push?
Yeah, just roll again with a bonus, yeah, because I don't think pushing normally lets you add a bonus dice.
Oi.
So that would be a push. So that's a fail. So he says that. He says, "What's that?" This is like holds out the rings in his hand. These are worth 10 times that.
Not if you're dead or in jail.
I mean, true.
Says you mean to grass me up to the police?
Not if you just let us mosey on our way.
So I don't think I believe you, miss. Says I want to believe you, but I don't think I do. And he sort of starts hefting his the like weight on his hand down the shovel that he's carrying.
Is there anything near me that like the rock that I was using to dig?
You probably got it's probably maybe a piece of like a slate or something. Yeah.
I'm just gonna grip it time.
Get on, bro.
Prepare.
Get on, bro. I'll be back in a second.
Okay, so go on. You can make a fighting brawl roll then if you're gonna. What do you want to do? Do you want to attack him or do you want to do something particular? I mean, you could like a fight maneuver. Maybe you want to hit him in the leg, try and knock him down so he can get away, or do you want to actually try and do him proper harm, like smash him with a rock?
No, not really harm. I mean, I'd like to just kind of get away, but if my ankle is sprained and I'm potentially hobbling or something on a path that I don't know, I would like to knock him unconscious at the very least.
Okay, so you want to try and knock him unconscious. Okay, fair enough then. You can try and make a fight maneuver roll then, but I would say because you're like down, kind of. He's got the drop on you. You'd have a penalty dice on that. So fight maneuver with penalty dice. Oh, that's a proper fumble. Okay, right, you go. You go to take a swing at him. It says, "I knew it," and he swings the shovel at your head. Where is it? Okay.
Oh. I could hear it. I was like, what has she rolled? I've just come back and seen it.
Right, so yeah, he swings, and you see the last thing you see is see and feel is the shovel connecting with your head, and everything is black.
Shit. And guess what? Me and Sarah's characters didn't see that.
No.
No, we didn't.
Okay, so you were trying to force this door open, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can make let's see, a strength check, and you can if the both of you are doing it, you can do it with whoever's taking the lead on the roll can do it with a bonus dice.
My strength's only 40, Sarah. What's yours?
Mine's only 20.
Alright,
So.
I'll roll with the bonus dice then.
That's all you.
Yeah, okay.
You only got 20 strength.
Yeah.
45.
I
No,
fly
45.
planes.
No, you got 45 strength.
Oh my god, I'm looking at stealth. I'm such a nerd. Okay, I'm sorry.
You roll then. You roll strength. You roll strength with a bonus
Okay.
dice.
My bad.
You're stronger than me, my god. That was still failed. Oh no, you got a bonus dice. Roll a d10.
Well,
Yeah.
how do I do the...
Oh, you can do it from the thing. Yeah. I think you can click the failure and you'll have a bonus dice. There you go.
That would have done it. That would have done it. Yeah. Okay, so you maybe you find a bit of old railing to sort of jam in the gap in between you, heave on this, and it pops. The door pops open, and as it does, there's this hiss that has escaped, trapped in this foul air, blast of foul air just hits you both in the face, causing you to cough and retch, and you can both make a con check.
Oh.
Which one?
Constitution.
Oh, the Constitution? Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, so this you can't push it or re-roll. Okay, so
Oh gosh.
so Erin, you kind of your eyes are streaming, you're retching, you feel like vomiting, stagger away, like staggering from stone to stone, and it's not until you manage to catch your breath, you just stop dry retching over one of these two nearby tombstones, that you notice that Albert's not there. Glancing back, you're just in time to see his foot disappearing through this partially open door.
Okay. I'm just gonna maybe take my scarf and wrap it around my nose and run in after him.
Okay.
Aviators wear scarves all the time, right?
Yeah. Why not? Maybe keep it as a memento.
Yeah.
Okay, so you managed to squeeze through this gap.
Pulls goggles down.
Yeah. Check my eyes and my mouth for sure.
So yeah, you managed to squeeze through this gap in the door. You find yourself inside this old mausoleum, and there's the shelves where the coffins would be from the family coffins and all of these coffins are smashed open. There's bones littering the floor, and the bones are being cracked open. You can see look like they've been gnawed on.
Oh. Okay.
And at the back end, the floor has collapsed and broken away, and there's a tunnel disappearing steeply down into the ground.
Okay.
And you can hear this dragging sound slowly moving away from you.
I was going
That's
to
you.
ask, was that me?
No.
There's no sign of Albert.
Oh,
I'm gonna follow the sounds because it sounds like they might be dragging Albert. Oh no.
So what are you doing?
Can I look around and see if there's anything I can use as like a makeshift weapon in here? Like
Oh god, yeah. There's
wood or...
maybe, yeah. There's a
Bye.
pretty hefty-looking leg bone that you could maybe use as a makeshift club.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna grab that and go after Albert. Or the
Okay.
sounds.
Okay, so you go. So it's already quite dim in here. So you go into the tunnel. You can make a dex check as well as you sort of head into this tunnel.
Come on, baby. Be
Nice.
nice.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's quite steep, and your feet slip from underneath you, but you manage to like sort of maybe you dig this leg bone into the side of the tunnel and stop yourself from just tumbling down this slope, this muddy, dank slope that smells of like there's this smell of like rank smell of mold and damp earth. And like I say, the mausoleum, this was pretty dark. But down here it's pitch black,
Oh, fun.
and you can still hear this dragging sound. It's moving slowly away from you.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep reaching out and follow the sounds with my impeccable hearing. Carefully. Little
Okay.
edge of the foot out. Reaching out with a hand.
Shit. Me and Brew are both fucked, Sarah.
Yeah,
There, Sarah
jeez.
Day.
Okay, so give me. So yeah, you can kind of feel along your hands, like trailing along this slimy. It's not just mud. There's slime on this wall, and the
Yeah.
stench down here is just horrific. It just smells of rot and death.
Okay.
And the air is still, and it becomes like stifling, almost hard to breathe. And as you go along, you feel gaps, like must be side passages leading off.
Okay.
But still, you can hear this dragging sound. It almost somehow you're managing to keep up with it. This
Okay.
dragging noise, just a little way ahead of you. But you can't see everything. It's just pitch black. You can't see a thing.
Okay.
And you keep going, and you almost as you're following this dragging noise, you're almost sure you can hear this like faint sort of chuckle.
This doesn't feel good.
Doesn't feel very
But I'm
good
gonna
for me either.
No, it doesn't.
And you can make another luck roll.
Luck?
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
you stagger forward suddenly as the wall that you were following, like trusting on, kind of almost probably leaning on to like trusting to like guide you along, as it suddenly the passageway suddenly widens out and you stumble into what you think must be a room, and you stumble forward and like put your hands out, and your hands sink into this filth on the floor, and you could swear you could hear voices around you, like whispers.
What was in the room? My Discord froze.
So you've just
That was weird.
you stumble forward and you put your hands out to stop yourself, and your hands just sink into inches of filth
Ew.
on the floor.
Okay.
And like I say, you swear you can hear like whispering voices to the left, to the right, and then you hear
No, I kind of...
sorry,
No, go ahead.
and then you hear like a scratch. It sounds like somebody scratching a match, and you see a brief sort of flicker of, and then another, and then the flare of a match, and you see like partially illuminate somebody holding a pipe to the face. Like you see this like pipe, pipe flares up, and see him puffing you can see and hear somebody puffing away in the pit. But this figure, you can only see it sort of partially illuminated, kind of silhouetted, and it looks like a man. You think it's but they're like hunched over strangely, and the legs are bent the wrong way, and then it goes dark again, and then every so often you can smell the tobacco smoke, and every so often there's this brief like bit of light as a tobacco burns and flares up, like illuminating this face, and this man's face turns towards you. Says, "What are you doing down here, girl?"
Oh. Is this Douglas?
So
Can I quite like say Douglas?
So you say, how did you know my name? And you can see this face that reminds you of, certainly looks a little bit like the faces of the photograph you've seen in the in Thomas's house, but his features are distorted. His teeth have been replaced by these needle point rows of teeth. His ears have like lengthened and pointed, and it's almost like a canine. His face has been distorted into almost like canine type features, and his eyes glint with a like yellow glow.
He's just been coming back for his own books, hasn't he?
This prick he fucking has.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna ask him. What did you do with Albert?
Oh, is that man your friend? You should really shouldn't come into somebody's house without asking. It's a little rude.
We didn't know this was your house.
For now. What are you doing down here?
I'm looking for Albert.
And how did you know I was Douglas?
We've been investigating your disappearance.
You can make a sanity roll as well at this point.
A sanity?
A sanity roll.
Everyone's favourite.
Need to bring you more books, my friend.
Oh God, no!
So it's maximum sanity loss. Oh dear.
So, can I fix this?
You are our last hope, Sarah.
So
no
that
pressure.
means you lose 6 points of sanity as you realize you're like, maybe he lights a candle and fully illuminates this, or like more, not fully, but like floods this area with a bit more light, and you see Douglas in all his deformed glory. You see his clothes are covered in like grave mold, and his shoulders and his neck is now like hunched up. His legs, his knees, the joint is like reversed, and you can see his feet now end in like hairy hooves, like hooved feet, and the fingers on his hands have unnaturally long and end in like filthy black clawed fingernails, and you see other shapes, shadows just on the edge of the light moving about, and you see what looks like Albert's foot suddenly like dragged off into the dark.
Oh my gosh.
And wow, you've got so you need to make an idea roll because you've lost 6 points of sanity. You lose the maximum amount with a fumble.
Ooh. Where is that one?
Intelligence.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so you made it. So you fully comprehend.
Oh, no, that's not what you wanted.
Yeah, that's bad. You want to fail.
Yeah.
You wanted to fail that. You fully comprehend the full horror of the situation. The fact that you were lost underground in these like charnel tunnels beneath this ancient graveyard, surrounded by these corpse eating things, these monsters. And Albert has been dragged off to God knows where. You can hear this crunching that puts you in mind of bones being broken and crushed, and then
Albert, are you being?
followed by this horrible gelatinous slurping noise.
I'm sorry, Albert.
And
I think you got eaten.
A new scream.
Okay.
And let's see, you need to bout of madness. So let's see. Oh, that is not what is that? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I'd set that table up. I'll have to roll it. So give us a 10-sided dice roll. I'll have to look it up in the actual book.
D10. Oh,
A D10, yeah.
boom! I don't know if that's good or not.
Three. Well, none
don't
of them
know.
are good, are they?
No, I've got no idea if that's any good or not, sorry.
None of this feels good. None of this feels good.
No, this is not good. I think this is the end.
I think this is the end as
Okay,
well.
so you're by yourself as well, so it's not a real-time bout of madness. It's this summary.
Great.
I'll say. So yeah, you scream and you scream and you scream till there's no more air left in your lungs and you black out.
Oh. Okay.
So you finally come to, maybe 5 weeks later, and you're still battered and bruised, partly from the constant hypodermic injections into your arm that cover your arm. When they finally remove the straitjacket from you and to inject you with the sedatives, and you're sat there on your haunches in this filthy padded cell, and listening to the screams of your fellow inmates. And all you can hear is the scratchings at the walls.
That's not good. I think I would have rather been smashed in the head with a shovel.
And you can hear the whispers coming from beneath the floor. And you could swear it's Albert.
I swear.
And that's where you end your days, in the asylum,